Good evening. We are back to make our flat Earth replica. That's the plan today. Crime. There is a sneaky midnight person around. He's been sneaking around and hiding from everybody. Anyway, we are going to see what our world looks like today. We have data. Probably looks like ass, but we are going to make it into a picture. See what it looks like. So our idea is we need our go away. All that stuff go away. Our admin tool here. We need to add, once it loads here, a new section here for subland block lookup. Make it have similar controls that this does when we load a land block. Let's pick, these are sub land blocks. Land blocks. Random land block. Paste, go. I gotta make this window bigger by default. Load it, but actually have a picture of all the sub land blocks here. Kind of like our test app. And then have our moving around buttons. I only need north, south, east, and west, I think. I don't think I want to let people move diagonally. Just simplifies things. So, yeah, so that's our step today. We're going to see what it generates. Since we have code generating subland blocks, let's see what it looks like. I know we're going to have to pass in the seed value. I have to have a way to, two things we're going to have to do to this thing. We're going to have to also be able to have a field here for adding a seed value. So we can regenerate the land block with the same seed. And as we tweak our algorithm, we can see how it changes things. But which means we're gonna have to add some stuff to all the API crap. And I say we, and I don't mean me. So, and then we'll add our section to load the same land block, but the picture of it, and be able to traverse around it. And see how that goes. Okay. So the other thing that I remember that we need to do is when it generated all this stuff, it did these random travel time and survival adjustments. That needs to really be based off of terrain type. And we have those in here. We just haven't modified them from one. So this just doesn't make sense what it's putting here. We just need to load in what it is. So that's a minor cleanup thing when we get to travel time. But let's get a picture because I want to see what it looks like and see how horrible it looks compared to what I used to have, or how good it looks compared to what I used to have. I don't know which is going to be. So so we need to, in our admin tool, we need to update the land block loading tab with a text field where we can enter an integer. Integer. That is right. Okay. Integer. It didn't look right for some reason. How you doing, Nico? I am doing good. I know it's sad times in the UK right now, but life continues. Could be worse. It could be the US getting knocked out earlier. um, but it's Wednesday. It's hump day. 2 more days. Yay. And tomorrow we might get a rocket launch stream instead of a dev stream. So we'll see. Yeah, it just looks like after maybe halfway, not even halfway, just shortly after they got their goal, it just looks like they lost steam. And then when all the substitutions happened and Argentina had all the attackers and England had all the defenders, even coming back would have been hard because they didn't have the good attackers out there anymore to score. So it was a very dirty first half. I don't disagree. The way it started, I was like, "There's going to be like 15 minutes of stoppage time at the end of this half," and then there was only 3, which was quite shocking to me. Um, so the crowd was a little bit favoring Argentina too. They were saying it was like 80% Argentinian fans over England, so it was loud in there. but But yeah, I'm not a huge soccer fan, football fan, whatever you want to call it. But I can at least follow it and understand what's going on generally. So let's see where we can enter an integer for the seed value, and then if it is supplied, have that pass down into the API as well. API and job as well to use during regeneration from the admin tool. Then we need a new section similar to the land block one, but to load the sub land blocks of that land block as a grid using the character and color for the terrain, similar to how the tool in game MVP was, and allow us to move only north, south, east, west. With an indicator of where we are in the land block. That will require new API, admin API methods and whatnot. Let's have it planned before we have it due. Make sure it understands what I'm asking for. And we can chat while it's planning. My favorite sport is sleeping. I've kind of gotten out of watching sports. I mean, I that's the second. Well, aside from the Super Bowl, which I watched for the ads earlier this year in February, that's probably the third game of any sporting event type I've watched this year. If you, like I said, if you count the Super Bowl, I used to watch more as a background, but I never was crazy about any particular sport. I'll be over at family parents' house or brother's house, and they'll have the game on. They're more into it than I am. And I'll root along for our hometown teams and stuff from Ohio and wherever. But I understand most sports, except for like I've never watched any rugby. or cricket. I get the general ideas of those games. I've never actually watched it, but I've been to live games for hockey, basketball, baseball, football. Uh, those four are the live ones I've seen at various levels, be it collegiate or professional. Um, Never been to a. I don't think I've been to a real live soccer game anywhere. I also don't really have much of an interest. So um, I went to a baseball an Atlanta Braves game last year when they were playing the the Cleveland Guardians now, not the Indians, um, with my dad last year here, but that was just because they were playing Cleveland, and he wanted to go, and I went with him. So, um, but yeah, I just kind of if it's on where I'm at, I'll watch it, but I don't keep up with it as much as I used to at all. I used to do fantasy NFL football stuff, and I just stopped caring. And all I would do is let Yahoo tell me who to put in there, and then that was it. And I was like, well, why am I doing this? This is silly. So I stopped doing it. Um, but yeah, it's pretty comfy. Um, it does its job. It's newer ish. It wasn't. It's not on the expensive side because I have Doggo and didn't want to buy something expensive with Doggo. And these are I got cushion covers, so the back cushions and the seat cushions all come off, so I can put covers on them, so that I can wash them easily when Doggy gets his dirty feet and licks his ass on my seat and things like that, and I can get all that stuff out of it easily. They're like waterproofish on the bottom, so it's more. I don't. Yeah, you can kind of see the arm here a little. It's still gray. It's a lighter gray, nicer fabric, but this is just the cover for it, so it looks a little less nice, but it keeps it from smelling like ass. We'll say that. My last couch was a recliner couch. Don't growl at me, Al. That's enough. Um, but it didn't have any way to put covers on it, and multiple dogs made that one not smell very nice and impossible to clean. So, learned my lesson on this couch. Come sit. Don't be a butthead, Alf. Please. Come on, up, 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 up. Come here. Come here. Come sit. Thank you. Don't be so rude. Don't be so rude. He's allowed to be out there cutting his grass and cleaning it and trimming and edging and all that stuff, boy. Okay? It's permissible. It's his yard. It's not yours. I cut our grass on Monday and you're sitting right on my rib cage. Oh my God. Hi. Hi. Yeah, no, I bought this house new 13 years, 12 years ago now. And I it's not a custom build. It's in the neighborhood of a builder, but the interior stuff I picked out. The way I did it was it's hardwood or tile in the bathrooms throughout. So I knew at the time when I was getting it designed, I had a dog. He passed away before I moved in, but it was all planned around knowing I was going to have a dog. I wanted floors that were easy to clean with dogs, easy to keep hair cleaned up and everything. Neither of my past dog or this or Alf shed much. A little bit. There's a little bit, just like sometimes they have a little fluff come off, right? But it's not constant. Um, but just a floor that they'd run around with their claws and crap, and it wouldn't be look like butt really quickly. And it's been here for 12 years, dogs most of that time, and you wouldn't know it. So it was all designed around that. So it's easy to clean. So, but once I'm without doggies, it'll just make it really easy to clean. Although I'll probably leave this house soon enough. Um, Probably not before Alf goes. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how fed up I get with being here. But Alaska's looking really refreshing when it comes to temperatures. Alf, how old are you this year? You will turn 6 in October. Yeah, you, Mr. Snuffy. Getting all huffy with me. But I got him. He's a COVID puppy, so he doesn't know how to live without me. Thankfully, I work at home now permanently, so he doesn't have to live without me. You can stop. You can stop being grunty now. Yes. No. 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 Settle down. But yeah, I don't know how long. How long. I mean, golden doodles. I think they average about 10 years. But the amount of energy this dude has and how strong his heart is every time the vet sees him, he's like, he might last till he's 20. I don't know. I probably won't wait that long to move, but settle. No. No. You're so rude, Alf. I'm having a conversation here and you're being a rude little dog. Stop. No. They are. They don't bark much. My first dog never barked. Um, no matter what he heard or saw or anything, he was the quietest dog in the world. I got payback for that with Alf. He is the loudest dog in the world. I just want peace sometimes, and it comes in very short spurts when he's napping. Otherwise, I hear squeaking toys or he's yelling at something outside that he just saw that's in his territory. It never ends with him. I love him, but you are loud and demanding and rude. All right. What questions got me for the subland block grids terrain character glyph? There's no existing per terrain type glyph field in the schema. Sprite, tile, atlas, and color? What are you talking about? Are you dumb? Terrain type. Where is it? Visual representation. Color and letter. Maybe it's not in your what you pulled out. Maybe it's not in the admin tools definition of a sub land block, but there is a visual representation column in the database for terrain types, and it has JSON like this that explicitly defines a color and letter. Yeah, so this is I come down, I get my mouse in the right place. And that there's the one liner for the game. But this is a game that I've kind of designed and thought about for since college, basically 20 plus years. Um, and it's not a mishmash of a bunch of different games. It's just taking the bits I like about the games I've played in the past, and make it into something different. Um, I'm a very big loot person, so there's a big loot component to this game. I want a world that you can't just go out to a wiki for the game, if this ever gets to the point of being that popular, of having a wiki, um, that you can just go look at a map and that's the whole thing. No, this is an infinitely generated, randomly generated world. Like, it will never end. Um, not in my lifetime, not in a few generations' lifetime. So the game will be long dead before it ever figures out how to get to the end of the world. Um, and uh, it's there's not a you need to rush to an end game. It is the whole point of it is to explore and find stuff in it. Everywhere you go, there's always that chance of a dopamine hit of, ooh, that's a really cool piece of loot that I found off of that mob that either dropped it or uncovered a cache in the ground, or there was a chest or a cave, or I mined this thing out of this stone. I didn't expect to get this real special thing out of it, whatever it was, right? So that's the idea, is just always having a loot. I don't want to call it a grind because that sounds boring, but a loot grind basically where you're always be able to chase something. There's not this best in slot item that everybody has, right? That's like I say, that's where WoW went. That's where most MMOs go these days. That's where a lot, even single player um, and co-op games are that way now, where you can just find the best games. Borderlands was decent. It's had its issues with loot in past years. I have Borderlands 4, and I didn't get into it for some reason. Um, I liked 1. I really enjoyed that game, but um, so yeah, it's just trying to take the things that I like and put it into a game. My favorite game, guess it probably, a lot of times it depends on mood, but if we're talking about a game that I played the most and enjoyed, and there's not something like it today, it would be Asheron's Call. It was a MMO that came out in 1999 alongside EverQuest, so before the WoW era, and that's my like loot holy grail is that game. I've even got. I'm probably not going to stream much of it anymore. I think I'm going to stick with a lot of game dev now and not so much game streaming unless it just happens to hit me. But uh, I like it. It doesn't exist anymore, but I have a private server that runs it now, and I can play it locally if I so choose. Um, so that's probably the one that I've played the most that I haven't been able to find an equivalent to. I just kind of all over the place game wise though. I wouldn't say there's a favorite game that exists today that I play at all. I just play whatever I feel like it. Resident Evil 2's reminds you of your dad. I'm guessing because you played it. You played something like that with your dad and not because your dad is evil. I'm hoping it's the prior and not the latter. um, there's a lot of good games I've played. Like I enjoyed Baldur's Gate 3. I enjoyed um, I enjoy ARPGs, but again, that's a lot around the loot. Like even Diablo 4 and Path of Exile and Last Epoch. I'm looking for No Rest for the Wicked coming out later this year in 1.0. I know it's out in early access, but I wait till 1.0 on that. Um, I technically own PoE 2 already. I just haven't played it much because I wasn't ready to go back to that giant ass skill tree again. It's just it's more complicated than I want it to be. Um, but I like those games because of the loot, if they're good, right? Problem is stuff like Diablo 4, you just get to the end game loot really quickly, and that's not fun. I don't like the rush. I like the journey. I don't like the end rushing to the end game. It's the same thing with WoW. Like I played WoW when Midnight came out, and I enjoyed the journey through the expansion and all the zones, and all the quests, and all the dungeon stuff, all the first time stuff. But then when I got to the end game grind, it was like, well, I'm doing this to get that best in slot gear that everybody else has. That's not fun to me. So, um, okay, I'm glad that's why that's your favorite game because you played it when you were a kid. That's good. I'm glad it's not because it reminded you of his personality. Um, that that would be sad. This would become a different discussion. We'd have a therapy session for you. Um, um, but yeah, this is like I said, I've been building this design and prototyping it for a while. What we're doing right now is I got there's a whole plan going on here. Like this isn't I've thought through this and we've planned out what it looks like. Where is Solution Explorer? There we go. So we are in the plan here. We have designed our database. We're working on the world generation now. So what we've already got is we got the big land blocks and regions, and we've got directionality and stuff. We're currently working on the sub land block, which is what makes it look like a world. So it's an algorithm to randomly create the terrain and the different types and trees and hills and mountains and water and desert and stuff like that, just to build a block. We've got it generating data. So if I look here in the database, this subland blocks database, it is generating subland blocks for uh, land blocks right now. But I don't have any way to visualize it. I'm not going to go here and read the terrain, the land block ID, and then go look and see what the terrain type is and all. No, I just want to see it in a picture. So that's what we're doing today is getting this in picture form. And Claude has a plan, and we will see if it has understood my plan. So phase 2. Yeah, so you got that right. That's what I want. Second, subland block generation itself. Docs, Claude, MD phase notes are stale on this point and will be corrected. What do you mean the phase notes are? Is it just because I didn't update it yet? Claude is supposed to remember between conversations, and it's not doing a great job at it. Because this is basically saying, well, yeah, I haven't committed this yet, but this thing isn't updated to say that we are there. In progress, subland block generation. Yeah. I don't call this done until I can see it and it's generating it what I want. So, Claude. Yeah, I think the only games. I'm trying to think if there's any games that remind me of any of my parents. We didn't. I was the gamer in the house. My brother wasn't. Parents weren't. Funnily enough, my when I went to lunch with my dad and my mom and dad for Father's Day this year, my mom always asks like, "So do you still play that game where all you do is run?" So like, she's thinking of Asheron's Call because yeah, you ran around a lot. I mean, because it's a big world and you run around it. There weren't mounts back then. That's how you traveled. You ran or you took portals. Uh, so they remember that kind of stuff. So that game reminds me of that period. But before that, we had an Atari. Parents had an Atari, and that was it. So Space Invaders and stuff like that would be reminders of my my parents at that point. But that's not a lot. We didn't do that a lot. So I was just the gamer. I kind of introduced gaming to the family, and I'm still the only one that games. um, Both features live in the same land block surface of the tool and recipe capacity they're implemented together. The grid viewer's character and color rendering is a direct pass through of the existing name, not a new convention to invent. Scope. So we're going to. Okay, so this is the part where we're going to add the force generate stuff and pass that stuff through, and that's fine. A lot of changes here, which makes sense. You got to go into the job. Yeah, so that's a lot just to pass a seed through. And then the subland block grid viewer is going to add the properties to the visual representation. All the caching. It's going to add the contract to get a subland block. Return the information. It'll be interesting to see. Well, it's going to do entity framework. It'll be interesting to see how this comes back in the API. Because it's going to be a lot of data. But we'll see. It's going to make a grid. Trying to read here what it's going to make it out of. Oh, there's the view down here. Okay. So there's our header block, cardinal only, grid. Okay, it's just going to be item. It's basically what I did before. Okay. All right, let's see what it does. What source control's for. If I don't like it, I can just undo it all. So I am curious how the API is going to work with returning the sub land block data because it's not insignificant amount of data. We're talking 2,600 at a time per land block of each of 2,600 of these records. So multiple GUIDs, some integers, floats, some JSON. I'm going to need you to settle down, Al. You are getting way too impatient. Stop. He's had love all afternoon. Don't worry. He's been cuddling with me on the couch watching soccer and while I'm sitting in meetings. And he just doesn't know how to give it up. But yeah, I don't know how big we can go, how big this can return in the API. We'll see. I'm sure when it goes to test it, it's going to, I mean, it's already edited a whole bunch of crap. It's playing. All right, let me stop this so we can, oh, I forgot to tell it to expand the window. Yeah, well, we'll figure it out. So changes. Yeah, it's done a lot already. Okay, so it's working through the the regeneration bit. Now it's getting the contract for the subland block. There we go. This endpoint is what I want to see. So GUID, land blocks, GUID, subland blocks. It's just going to return everything. So it's going to go in and for the land blocks, get the land block back. Get the adjacency data. And then subland blocks. Going to get them where that ID is a subland block. S local X. The subland block cell response. Okay, so we're not returning everything. Oh, I see what it's doing. Okay, so it's getting the local X and Y of the land block inside the subland block and the train type ID. And then we go pull from the terrain type from our cache that we already have the name, the character, and the color. And then this is going to get added to a list that gets returned. And I will be very, very curious how big this response is, because there are limitations. We might have to do this in chunks. The good thing about this stuff is I don't have to review it too terribly close, because if it works, great. This is the admin tool stuff only. It's not the actual client. The bits that matter are like this stuff where we added the seed to the request. So that's now in the request. This got updated to include the character and color for the subland block or the train types. So that's coming back into our cache now. So that's good. This is to add the seed to the database. So it's going to be a database migration to add that column. This returns the seed. Now, I knew these were going to be really quick ones. We're also getting the train type, the visual representation back for the train types. Probably adding the seed here. Yep. And the seed's going to be here. Yep. And then down here, it added some comments and is using it. Okay. Train type cache now has a visual representation in it. Another, oh, this is for the visual representation of it. Okay. That's our seed getting passed through. So many things. This is converting our RGB numbers to a color brush. Okay, now we're in the admin tool here. So this is all new stuff. So here we should have added a new, we look at the view for the land block view. We should have added we'll remove this stuff. What is this? I guess we didn't need it. Maybe it moved it. I don't know. We added a text box. Oh, it's the styles for the buttons is what it is. Okay. I'm going to break stuff then. We'll see. I am curious if it's going to change the size of the thing. Oh, it moved it out here. Never mind. Okay. So it moved out the styles here. Okay. That way it can be reused. That makes sense. That's our seed input. That's our subland block viewer nav item. And now we have the actual nav item with the code behind for it. The model. We'll see how that works. And we have our actual layout and just the base user control. That's our grid definition. Now, what I'm curious, so I added that singleton. It added it to the resources. Hey, it figured out it needed to widen the thing finally. Good. All right, so what's it doing here? Let's build. All projects build. All the tests passed. Create the EF migration. Generate the migration. Migration's created. Clean. Yeah. They applied the migration to add that seed. Rebuilt and everything started cleanly. Found a fully generated land block. Let's test a new sub land block endpoint. Endpoint works correctly. 2601 cells, real train letters, colors. Now let's test the not generated yet case and feature one seed. Clean 200 with empty cells, exactly as designed. Seed round trips when the request completed. Capture the resulting terrain layout, then rerun with the same seed to prove reproducibility. Confirm, same seed, byte. Yes, everything's the same. Now they're going to launch, it's going to launch the admin tool in the background. Make sure it actually works. I really want to see what this looks like. I'm really waiting for it. There we go. Let's see if it can do its I can click stuff and move things and see it work. We have a bigger window, so that's good. Yes. Claude is using my computer. Maximizing stuff. That's kind of creepy looking. Yeah, you guys see the same thing I do. All right. I'm not touching my mouse. It's doing all this for me. It loaded the land block. Oh, that looks like ass. That looks way worse than the version that I had. Okay, so the moving north and south is not what I want. I wanted to move around the subland block, but I guess it's okay for now. It gets us to a point. I don't need to traverse around the land block yet. I think that's okay. We'll do that stage 2. That is a weird effect it puts on the screen while it's controlling it. It only does it on the one screen. The other screen is not. And it minimized everything on both screens for some reason. Very strange. Okay, so it clearly had some bugs it's fixing that I can't see because it's tiny and minimized to the side there. Here's what I can do. Close the plan that we can read it. Hey, it put everything back. Look at that. Nice. That's nice of it. All right. It says everything's in place. Do we believe it? No. All right. So, admin tool, run. All right. So, we need a land block that has sub land block. So, we know this one does. We'll grab it. Load. We do have to get it. Just get bigger. Why is that scrolling? Ew. Ew, we can fix that though. That's an easy fix. That's called make it the right size and it'll work fine. Yeah, that is far more chaotic than what I used to have. So we clearly regressed on our generation. So let's go back to what I had for reference. My plus sign might not have been right, but it sure as hell generated this thing better. So this is my version of it. feels less chaotic than that version. That just looks like this one just looks like I like it's bigger and it's easier to read than mine for sure. But it doesn't feel as the continuity in it is horrible. Like why are there two random little desert bits here? That doesn't make any sense. Little bitty mountain things in random places. I can get closer to see these letters because they're tiny. I'm going to ask it to change these from black to S is sand or stone. Okay, so this is supposed to be gray. Okay. Got trees. Yeah, it's terrible. It is most definitely not as good as what I used to have. So we got some work to do. But hey, we have a visualization in proper code that's stored in the database, and I can regenerate this on the fly. So that's the other thing I can do is like I can take this now, and I can say on this thing, we can look it up here. And if I seed it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, force regenerate, it's been queued. So it should be regenerated by now. And I say load again, it's going to look different. But now I have it looks different, but now I have a given seed. I got ice in this one, which is, it actually did that pretty well. It put the ice by the water. A little weird, but path, dirt, and it has moments of it looks good, but it's just too much. It's not. It's too chaotic. I thought this was too chaotic, but this is way too chaotic. So we got some work to do. And that's okay. I knew we were going to have work to do. I'm just glad I can see it now. Hi, Alf. You just want to sit right on top of me, don't you? Yeah. You're funny, boy. What you so demanding for today? Hmm? You're just trying to get more love with your dad? Yeah. Okay. Now, let me read what it. Oh, it actually took screenshots. Screenshots of stuff. That's pretty cool. That's neat. Neat. It zoomed in on the. It's a horrible zoom. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, you didn't understand my moving around, but that's okay. Um, matches the plan exactly. Not exactly. It ain't done. See, this is the problem. Is like if somebody that doesn't know A, what they want, and B, how to code or anything like that, this is where they'd stop, right? They say, "Hey, cool, I'm done. I got a land block generated." This is where it takes human involvement to help tweak things and get it to work right. I mean, the regenerate did work, so I'm good with that. I do want to make sure that if I, help, I need filter by value. Yes, that value. Apply filter criteria. Okay, so it fetched 400. Well, it should be 6. Is there not in this tool a this? Yes. All right. I need my arm, Alf. You can. There you go. That's good. Select. I don't know if this is a thing. Count one. If that's what I do in SQL Server. I don't know if that works here. From subland blocks where land block ID equals that. I don't know if this is a function. Let's see. Count. It doesn't seem like it wants to be. Let's just do a star then. Fine. Does F5 run it, or is it something else in this program? Where is the run? There's a run button. Control Enter. Okay, so it's like MySQL. What is the count? I don't want to scroll through all of these. Calculate total row count. There we go. 2601. Okay, so that's right. Cool. I just wanted to make sure when I regenerated, it didn't leave the old ones behind, but it didn't, so we're good. All right. So, balls. But now that I've got the seed on there, if I come back here and I say regenerate again, it's queued. And I say load again, it looks identical. Should look identical. Yeah, I think so. Oh, I think it scrolled up is what happened. It vaguely looked different. Let me just try it one more time. Yeah, it looks the same. Yeah, so it's generating the exact same thing now because we put a seed in. If we didn't put a seed, it would change every time. But what this lets us do is it says, okay, let's make tweaks and regenerate and see what it does. So, and on top of that, like all of this stuff, these will have changed. Like this top ID for 00 is not going to be 6623 anymore. It's going to be something else. Yeah, totally different IDs now. And there's still 2601 records. So it is working. Like the seed thing worked, the regenerate works. This is loading data. But it's the generated data ain't great. Now, how do we fix it? That's a darn good question. Because there's a few things that we can look at. I'll probably ask Claude for some advice here, but the first thing is going to be settings in here. So the base spawn percentages could be tweaked. Like if we want more of something, we can raise it. I don't think those are probably horrible. These adjacency ones probably need to be tweaked. Max per land block, probably not a big deal, but might be. We'd have to look for it. So there's that. The other part that is potentially very likely needs to get tweaked is the actual algorithm. So if we look at, that's the tests. Where is it in? 4? This guy. Yeah. So here, the choose terrain type out. This is generate method. This is the thing that's probably needs some tweaks. Count neighbor type shouldn't matter. Select neighbor elevation shouldn't matter. Choose a terrain type is basically the problem because everything else after that is just kind of setting values. So choose terrain type, that is our problem. And what needs to change in here? It's not nearly as complicated as what I used to have because it did it right. But what did it do so significantly different that we're getting so random? That is not what I wanted. Here we go. All right. Let's close both of these so we can get our full screen back here. Okay, so I think the weighting is. I don't think the weighting is probably wrong. That's probably okay. It might not be right perfectly, but it's not our root cause at the moment. So in here, we make sure we're not above our max blocks per zone. Current train type counts divided by subblock count is less than half. And the subblock count divided by max subblocks times 1.05 is greater than, oh, this is the thing. Okay, so this is actually, I didn't realize I built that in. I thought Claude came up with that, but I gave it too much credit. This bit? No. It is, where is it? Is it adjust weight? No, that's the Limen modifier. I think it's in here maybe. No. I do think this still could be the problem. I think I want to fix that. I that was wrong in my original code too, but I think it's definitely wrong. I know that was in here somewhere. Where was it? Because there was something that kind of kept our rate. A weighted pick? No. Relax, Alf. I got you, boy. Oh, here it is. Is eligible. So that is called from what? Where is that reference? Come on. Wait, that's in choose. So is eligible. I knew it was somewhere. Okay, so in here, this is where we do all this stupid if statement I did here, which is fine. This if statement's fine. It's complicated, but it does the same thing. This is what this is doing. Is this is making sure we've not taken up more than half of it. So that's this check here. We are our pace ratio. We don't want to use it up too fast. So we have that in here. I forgot I did all of that and I gave Claude credit for this and it's not. It just took it from my if statement. So so that's actually my doing. It's just reworded. Okay, so set the multiplier bonus if necessary. Good evening, Zaz. How are you? All right, so that's the is eligible. Multiplier bonus. This is a surrounding blocks multiplier. No, multiplier wins. Or I might have just renamed it. okay-ish. Still no call, or is it? Has that situation changed at all? I am here. It is Wednesday. It is hump day. Alpha's holding on to my left arm. I'm claw fingering the left side. Aw. Well, at least there was some finality there. And now it's coping and recovering and remembering. The remembering part is some of the fun parts, right? Remember all the good stuff. Yep. That's the other side too. Like I know I remember I think all of my grandparents that passed during my time during my life, because one my mom's father passed away when she was a kid. Um, but they were all okay, it's time to go. They're not having a happy life anymore, right? They're sick, they're not able to do what they want to do. It's time, right? So um, but yeah, so that it was once they kind of got their closure with what they wanted to get closure, then it's best for them to rest. So but yeah, I never met my grandfather on my mom's side. I she he passed away when she was a kid. So um but yeah, well, hope you get to the recovering, and it's the process, but we all move on. We all not move on, but we all move forward with our lives and keep them in our memories. What, Alf? I didn't say anything about you moving, and yet here we are. But I hope the week is progressing well for you at least. Almost time for another weekend. We do have hopefully a rocket launch tomorrow to distract from reality. That'll be nice. Pamper day tomorrow. There you go. That works. Does it include copious amounts of chocolate and Baileys? Baileys I wouldn't need, but you just like shower me with chocolate, and that's my pamper. That's all I need. Um, I've had pedicures and manicures. I actually had manicures every year in high school uh, because the cosmetology classes wanted to practice, and our newspaper advisor would pay for all of us on newspaper staff to get manicures. So I had nails done and everything every year in high school. And then one of my exes had me get a pedicure a couple times, which I can't complain. That they massage your feet. It's nice when they hurt. So, but not for a while I've had that. But we'll take some chocolate at least with you while you're getting pampered. It can't hurt. Sneak some in your pocket. Well, not in your pocket because it'll melt. Just make it, just hold it and eat it. Mani petty and lashes. All right. Are you gonna? No, I'm not gonna say it. You said they were off limits, so I'm not gonna say it. uh, I was just gonna say you're gonna go try and since your lashes didn't look like that camel, are you gonna try to mimic the camel now because you were jealous of camel? See, I didn't say they looked like the camel. I'm just saying I'm asking, are you going to try to look like the camel now? What, the camels were a bit much? Maybe. I, I don't know. I don't. Yeah, they were just a few inches long. um, but yeah, sounds like a plan to get some pampering in. My pampering these days are go sit on a rock on the side of a mountain occasionally. That's my pampering. And pray nobody walks by and disturbs the peace, aka Alf. Because when it's just us, he just sits there with me. When somebody else comes along, it turns into I want to go say hello. Well, that's good. See, chocolate, that works. Chocolate always makes you feel better. Even if you don't like chocolate, it makes you feel better. Um, let's see. There really isn't a lot to this, to be fair. All right, we'll make a small tweak first. We will start with what I was thinking, and that is this. Yeah. I don't think this is right. I think it should be that and this for those. This, no, because this is a multiplier here. Yeah, he doesn't. He's pretty. Alf is one of those dogs that every day when we go for WALK in the morning, or if it's going for a hike or whatever that is, he gets so excited that he poops within like the first 3 or 4 minutes of it. Like I get outside with him in the mornings and he pees on my mailbox. So there's like a dead spot next to my mailbox. Because he has to prove to everybody that that's his mailbox. So I can't keep the grass growing right there. But then within 4 houses down the street, he takes his first crap, and it's just quick. So I'm carrying. It's like, can you at least wait till we're halfway through the walk so I don't have to carry your poop the entire walk? No. So he'll poop there, and then he'll poop a second time just because he's so happy and excited, and he'll do that a second time, usually before the poop station to drop his bag off before we get home. Same thing on hikes. He's so excited about going for the RIDE in the car that we get there and he's just ready to take a crap. And we get out and we get a few 100 feet into the trail, takes a crap. Now I'm carrying his poop the whole way again. Yep. Every time. That is Alf. Yeah. You. Sometimes I get lucky and there'll be a trash can or something I can dispose of it somewhere along the way. But when you're doing more remote trails, there's nothing. You're just carrying it the whole time. So, what, Alf? Why are you whining at me? You gonna fix all this? You gonna make this work well, huh? So we're gonna start. I'm gonna get this thing thinking first. I want to see what it says. I've made one. The generation of sub land blocks is very chaotic and not realistic. Even compared to my original code. I've made one change Yep. Nope. Sounds good. I mentioned it yesterday. I don't know if you were around for it or not, but I'm basically going to do Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday streams now, game dev, and just do streams. Can't do streams offline. Do games offline, just so I get more viewers doing this and rocket launches than I do playing games. So not that I care about the viewers, but it also lets me do this and, and not distract me as much. So, but yeah, no, I will be doing. I'll be around. So anyway, have a good evening. Sleep well. I'm about to get Claude starting to think and gonna let this boy outside because he always has to pee. All right. Good night. All right. So Generation 1 is chaotic and not realistic even compared to my original code. I made one change in what was that? Uh, the adjacent spawn multiplier resolve method to return the base multiplier instead of one. Um, in the switch statement and when there are no surrounding blocks. I have not rebuilt it and tested, but I wanted you to review and see if there were any code changes or suggestions on the parameters in the database for the terrain type to make it less random feeling. Um, I still want all the different types of terrain to have a chance to spawn, but they don't always have to show up. I'm thinking maybe some of the max per land block can be increased to help that. Maybe the pacing in the eligibility check needs to be adjusted. Just want to get some ideas of what to do. Those are my thoughts. Let's see what it thinks. All right, let's let that run. I'm going to let this boy Alf out to pee, and I will be right back. He's running after me right now. All right, be right back. All right. What does this have to say? God. Hang on a second. I see something back and forth outside that's bothering him. One sec. Oh, this dog. You're not allowed to cut the grass across the street. Yeah, I figured that was true on that one. And technically both are true. So like this one is never going to get hit either because we're only ever going to pass in one of those three. So that was more of a catch thing than I don't think it was going to change anything. But let's see what it thinks the real chaotic driver is. The pacing share gate is eligible, which I mentioned. So 230 to 247. So if we go to no, this crap, this and is eligible here. So this stuff. Which blocks a terrain type from being chosen once its count so far exceeds a global fair share of cells placed anywhere in the grid, not a local neighborhood measure. Since fill order, spatial, and clustering weights are already strong, this gate cuts off natural patches after only 20 to 50 cells and forces a switch, sometimes even a uniform random fallback pick, which reads as static noise laid over what should be biome patches. How would you like to handle this gate? Drop the 50% of placed and pace ratio checks from is eligible, keeping only the existing hard max blocks per land block cap, which already has generous headroom. Cap sun to about 3.2 times the grid size, so they're not the bottleneck. Patches form and end naturally from spawn chance and adjacency weights, and the per type cap. Each type still gets a real chance to spawn per its base spawn chance, just without a forced early cutoff. Loosen it substantially. Keep a pacing gate as a last resort anti-monopoly safety valve, but relax it drastically. I kind of like that one, to be fair. Push the slack multiplier way up and or raise the no type over X% of place threshold from 50% something like 85 to 90. It only ever intervenes in extreme runaway cases, not during normal patch formation. Slightly more conservative, one more parameter to tune by feel after it. I like this one. I don't like the fact that the simplest change, fewest knobs to retune later. I want the tunability, and that's something I can tune. So I want to go with this. I figured that's what it was, because it makes sense that it's just not letting it build out, so it has to just change to something else, which is not good. And here comes Doggy with his squeaky toy. You never let Dad have peace, do you? No? Never do? You're fun, Alf. You're a funny boy. I'm gonna get your toy. I'm gonna get it. I got a squeaky toy. I got it. Go get it. I can't throw with my left hand, Alf. I'm sorry. My right hand's busy on the mouse. I'm a righty. It's okay. It's still just a lawnmower out there, Alfie. They're allowed to cut the grass. Yeah, this is all dead. Yeah, whatever. So I bet in my original code, let's just see, because I can test this easier here. If I did, because I did the same thing here. Let's take 85%. What's it gonna? It was gonna do that one clearly. So the driver is this. Yeah. So it's going to change max share of place, total 85. Placing slack is going to be 5 instead of 1.05. Okay. So it's going to do this then. Let's see. That's a super easy fix on that one. What it looks like now on my original model. I mean, I wouldn't call that terribly different. It's going to look better on the other one. I can go further with that for sure. Like I can make this 90 and 10. Let's see. It may, at some point it stops being relevant, right? So, ooh, ooh, ooh. It actually brought in ice. That's the first time I've ever seen ice on this app ever load. Ever. Like never seen it before. The water's not great. It could be better. We can tune this stuff though. I've never seen ice generate on my thing before. That's cool. All right. Well, we'll try. Obviously we can tune it from there, but because then we can also play with just those database settings. We just have to stop and start the job guy so that it gets a new cat from the database. Alf, stop. You see them every other week when they cut their grass. No. Stop. We'll get it. I'm not. Oh, oh. You come get it? Come get it. You just want me to throw it. That's all you ever want. You're going to throw your toys. Never a quiet moment. Don't get so worked up, boy. It's okay. Come here. Come here. Come sit. Come sit. You lick my knee. It's okay. You're so weird, dog. Just come up. Come up. Come on. You want me to grab your paw? No. No. Stop. No. Hang on. Oh, we're back into Claude doing everything. Mouse go. Break it. That looks like ass. Well, it's loading it. It hasn't regenerated. Okay, so that's what it looks like now. And we'll see what the regen looks like. I assume it's going to do that. I assume. Maybe. Yeah, it doesn't support crap. I can't see what you want me to do because you made yourself tiny. All right, so you said facing gate math for sound, but I hadn't actually worked through the weighted draw math against real seed values before proposing it. Turns out to be so the weighted draw math. Even when a cell already has 3 matching neighbors of one type, say grass, the clustering bonus only pushes its weight to roughly 45% of the total candidate weight in the draw, meaning more than half the time the algorithm picks something else anyway. See, I knew, that's it, that's the old code, that's the new code. Knew this is something that worked. Because like you see and not that one. That is much better looking than that. Like that is clearly a better looking generation than this mess. This is where I started before I got to this. So I wasn't a complete dum dum doing it. Um, all right. So base spawn percent chance families only span a modest range of 0.1 to 0.75, and the clustering bonus surrounding blocks multiplier, which, mind you, is really, is it still holding on? It's still not letting me see stuff. It hasn't maximized everything. All right. See these, it's supposed to be, I think it's supposed to be times 2, like 0.5 times 2. So now it's 100% chance or something. I think that's how it's supposed to be. I don't remember. But I was doing more than what it's doing. The surrounding blocks multiplier applied once times a mild 1.1 to 1.8 times increasing curve isn't strong enough to dominate that spread. The pacing gate was throttling a symptom, not the cause. The weighted draw itself doesn't concentrate properly on the obviously correct choice. The actual lever is the clustering weight strength, not pacing. 2 ways to fix it. All right, so steepen the increasing curve factor curve. Change increasing factor adjacent or a mild linear ramp to a steeper curve, reaching 8 to 16 by 4 to 5 neighbors. This directly targets the actual mechanism. Once 3 plus neighbors agree, the matching type should dominate the draw. Also arrange the values a bit so the one-time flat bonus contributes more too. Switch to a probability threshold instead of pure weighted draw. Bigger structural change. Once a candidate's weight share crosses some floor, say 70%, just pick it outright instead of rolling. Only fall back to the weighted random draw when no candidate has a dominant lead. More deterministic, patchy, but a bigger deviation from the current always a weighted roll design and more code to reason about. Not yet. Let's stick with this. We can just up those numbers and that'll. So I think the scaling we're going to change here is still, it hasn't let go of anything. Claude, what are you doing? I'm going to move it over here because I can't get to my stuff. I want to run this again, see what we get. Yeah, it's better. I think if I did, I could do what it's doing as well. So I can do anything you can do better. I can do anything better than you. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Where is it in my code? Here? No. Where's the increasing, decreasing crap? That is in. Here? Yeah. So let's say we did 1.5, 2.0, 2.75, 3.75, 5.0, 5.5. I don't have to go. Oh, for God's sake. It is not still running. You're going to have to start it again. There you go. I can play with those numbers faster in my hard-coded stuff than I can here. I don't have to keep doing database updates and whatnot. Alf, stop. Ah, this dog. Ooh, that looks pretty good. Looks a heck of a lot better. Now we just have to adjust the chances of things happening. That looks much more blotchy and realistic. I like it. Please give me my computer back. It's typing a bunch of stuff on the other screen. There we go. I got my computer back. All right. Patches. We loosen the is eligible pacing gate. Okay, so I'm going to go back to mine here. What did it end up? What did it end up picking? Just out of curiosity for its pacing. That was in this. Yeah. Wow. The much faster pace than I did. The down, not as much. So this is in adjacency spawn multiplier, this guy. So it didn't change the decreasing at all. Increasing, it just went up way faster. Lots faster. Damn. I think it's going to have a different effect on mine simply because I use these slightly differently. Let's do 6.5, 8.5, 12. We'll do that. I don't use a decreasing, so nice to see what that does to us. Not as drastic as the one that it did, but my math is different on here. It didn't change shit. I think it just has to be more drastic. Like it's super drastic here. 1.5, 3, 6, and it basically doubles, almost doubles every time. 1.5, 3, 12, 25, 50, 100. This is more than it did, but I'm going to do it anyway. Save. I must not, I just use these, I use the number differently than the other one does. This doesn't look bad, but it doesn't look much different than it used to on my algorithm. I feel like the levers actually work in this new version than compared to my old one. It's like this lever doesn't work as well on mine as it does here. Okay. No. Go away. Admin. Run. Nope, land block is not in there anymore. Let's go back here. Let's get the land block that we want, that we've been playing with. So that guy. Okay, still looks like ass. Now, if we come in here and we do the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seed and regenerate it, completely different, but better for sure. Now, there are definitely things I want to change. I don't want as much water as we have, but this is the kind of stuff that we simply tweak with quick database changes here. Now, when it committed this, or not, it didn't commit it. What am I doing? Click this. Solution. Did it add migration scripts? That's adding the seed. That's in world. I don't see a migration script to change any of the numbers in the database yet. So this has all just been client side. But what we'd end up doing, I think, is in here, and this is something I can just do because I can just restart the thing, is change the spawn percentage. Like waters. Well, it's like, so water is hitting here from probably grass. Seems like it's doing a lot. So if I look at the grass terrain type, so this row here and this, water is 9. I'm down at 9. It's got a 50% chance of spawning with a decreasing multiplier type. I'm most likely to spawn the first 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, which is trees, grass, stone, dirt, and hill. But still spawning a lot of water. So these are the numbers that you start tweaking now to get your ratios, what you want them to be here. This is definitely better. I'm not going to deny that at all. What's hard to see is they made the black letters instead of white. Now I can't see what the black is. I see a lot of caves. I think C is cave. Or no, C is cliff. Never mind. I can't see what black on black is. The letters just need to be white. That's why I picked the colors I picked, so I could see them white. It's interesting they were ice right in the middle of water there. Strange. I mean, that's how it's probably designed, but it's really hard to see when it's dark black, not bold color on dark color. Let's get that fixed here. I like the grid to, let me think, do I want it bigger? I can make it bigger. The grid to be a bit bigger and use white text, white bold text instead of black normal, so the letters are easier to see. And default the app to start full screen automatically. Fix those little bugs. Fix it. That's an easy fix, but I'm gonna, I could have fixed it faster than I typed it, ask it to do that, but it's fine. Now I'm going to take over and check everything. Starts maximized. That's good. Let's see how big the grid is now. Here comes the minimize everything and put the glow on. I did put a glow on that time. That's weird. Definitely bigger, definitely easier. And I see a settlement in there. I see multiple settlements in there. And I see a lot of settlements in there. Damn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right next to each other. 7. Oh, I closed it. That ain't what I want, but that's fine. We'll figure that out. Um, let's see here. What's my max? Wait, I allow a 700. Oh, oh. um, that was before I changed how I was going to do settlements. So, yeah, that number is wrong. That should be 1. Oopsie. All right, let's look at it ourselves. I should we just stay there. Yeah, like there's like 3 settlements right next to each other. That's not acceptable. That's not right. Let's see here. So we have some cliffs, which is kind of weird, but that's fine. There's some stone around it and hills, so that could just be that there's cliffs that lead off into the dirt here. That's fine. Got some random desert here. Um, the pathing is okay. It's kind of sporadic though. It's not great. Not great, Bob. More cliffs, mountains. What I don't see is the cave. I also forget what letter it is and color it is. What is it supposed to be? That'd be good to remember. 10 for land block I allowed, huh? Its letter is, so it is full on red. Well, it's a dark red with a letter V. Okay. Oh, there's one there. Cave right there. That was not a wise color to pick because that looks just like the brown for path. Oh well. We definitely got caves in here. So the next question for me is what scale is this? If a single block, if the decision I made a while back is that a single subland block is a settlement, then what is our scaling on this? Like, what are we going to call this? Is like, I'm just trying to think from a real life standpoint. If I were to design this land block, we'll go in kilometers because metric system is way easier than imperial. How many kilometers is this? 51 kilometers across. Each little land block is a kilometer by a kilometer. Let your settlement's a decent size. How big do we want to call each one of these things? But like path then at that point doesn't make any sense because you're not going to have a kilometer by a kilometer wide path um, at that scale. I'm starting to think that path might need to be, instead of an entire land block, an attribute on a land block to say, yes, there is a path through here. And it's not generated at generate time, it's generated by people using it. Because that is one thing I want to do is have when people use things, a path get generated, but I would need to signify that somehow when I show it, which is fine. I can. That's a display issue, but I'm thinking that might be what we have to do. Some of this is still too sporadic for me. Like, it's just tuning, I think. Like, the max one settlement is step one to get rid of a bunch of those. The caves need to be lower, less number of those, I think. I think it's just some numbers we need to tweak. So, what terrain types have we not generated here yet? Have we not seen? I forget what all we have. So we obviously have trees. Bring this down. We obviously have trees. We obviously have grass. We have stone. We have dirt. We have hills. We have cliffs. The path we're going to get rid of is the occasional desert. That doesn't feel like it's generating correctly at all. Like this doesn't, like the point of this was to make, if you get a desert, it needs to be a decent size, right? And we're not getting that. It doesn't feel. So desert is 8. To be fair, a lot of these numbers I just kind of randomly picked when I was first starting. I mean, I had the idea like, well, if I'm in a desert, then the chances of this thing spawning next to it's probably pretty small. But these might not be good yet still. This is the tuning process that I knew was gonna that I know is gonna take a bit. Oh wait, this scrolls. Jesus. Okay. All right, so let's do this. We know what the original values for all of this stuff is because it's in source control. I'm going to stop it from spawning paths entirely. Change that to 0. Where is the... There it is here. Change this to 0. We can't have any of those. I didn't like that. Oh, I gotta hit save. Okay. The cave. Let's cut this and down to like maybe 3. This is 1. But then we have to up some stuff. So what? Let me... Does it work? Does it work like Visual Studio or Man Studio? Yes, it does. Good. Let's get this guy over a little bit. And I can pull this guy over as well. Okay. Now we can see this stuff a little better. So we're zeroing out the path. We are reducing our settlement and cave stuff. This is going to be 0 now as well. So what else is weird? I feel like mountain doesn't need to be limited to 5. I think this could be close. This could be 7. I mean, water is 5, and it's doing pretty damn well. So yeah, that's one of the multipliers that's wrong. That's making it spawn in such little bitty chunks here. Um, okay, and then our max per. We've cut out a bunch, so we're kind of stretching us thin now. I think trees can be higher. If we double that, grass can be higher. Stone. It doesn't feel like it's spawning much. There's a decent amount in there, but I think that's fine. That's probably okay. Dirt feels too high. We'll drop that a little bit. Hill could be higher. That seems to be spawning okay. Desert. That's fine. Do a little less water. Okay. Let's save that. Now to recache things, I don't need to touch this. I just need to go here and our worker, just stop it and start it. And now it'll pull a new cache. And if I hit regenerate over here, with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to be different because the numbers are different now. Okay, okay, okay. One, two cave, 3 caves spawn really fast in that bottom right corner, the bottom right edge. Why did it make this scroll? Come on, man. Man. I can't adjust the size of it either. The 3 caves, and I think that's it. Settlement did spawn 1 there. Interesting. It's a little island in the water here. And a volcano mountain here and then ice next to it. I don't know. Random 1 block for desert. What the hell? There's got to be some adjacency issues there for sure. I had to not set that stuff right. Okay, so paths are gone. So that's good. I think that's a good change. Because each one of these blocks is bigger than just a path. And it's like, say it's a half a kilometer wide. Okay. So with that, what are we thinking here? It's interesting. Like, I don't know what corner it's starting on. That's one thing I don't know. So if I come here, it's fully surrounded, but there's not necessarily generated stuff around it. If I go east, has no land blocks. Let me go back. I go south. It has land blocks, or has sub land blocks. And did it match up? It did. It put dirt, a little bit of water there, and grass. Kind of works. Had a little bit of water there that it added, so yeah. All right. What about west? Has no land blocks. North has no land blocks. East has no land blocks. Go west. West, no land blocks. Go east and south. And then south again. West, nothing. East, nothing. So the only land block adjacent to this one is this one. And they kind of match. So it would have favored starting down here, these two corners, more than the top two corners. Um, oh, wait, this needs to be because path doesn't exist. Okay, hang on. Force regenerate. Come back here. Load. There we go. So now we got grass and some dirt there, some mountains, some stone, trees. We go north. Kind of what we got there. Okay. Oh, wait. Wait. Those look awfully familiar because we use the same seed. That's why we're not using seeds. Oh, that's horrible. I thought they looked really familiar. All right, let's go back here. Get rid of this seed. Regenerate. This is the 9-0, so it's this guy. Okay, different. We go north. So now things actually, so we got like these dirt, grass, trees, grass, water, grass, dirt. Dirt, grass. We had a tree, water, grass, dirt. So we've got the things lining up a bit there. And then a bunch of grass, some trees, some dirt, some more trees. Yep. So that works. This one doesn't look bad compared to this one. Now, oh, let's do it again. Still similar at the top, but different everything else. So that's what I want to happen. It looks different every time. So this is a tuning project, and I don't have a good way to tune it. It's really got to be. Could I have Claude analyze this and give suggestions? Maybe, probably. It would give me suggestions. Would they be useful? Who knows? A lot of me thinks I just need to go back and actually spend the time on reviewing my numbers and the adjacency multipliers and these multipliers. Um, that's why water's getting so big. I try to take this down to 3. What's that, ice? That's fine. Bet you we get less water. Or more equivalent to other stuff. Let's make it the 2. Save that. Come back here. Stop our worker. Start our worker. Go here with our seed. Oh. Force generate it. Loaded. That should we get less water now. It looks almost the same. I should have taken a screenshot before I made a change. Now I don't know. I don't know if that's making a difference. Like I feel like this number, surrounding blocks multiplier, I feel like that's not being used much at all. So if I look at this, like it's not even in here. Well, it's in the train types. Never mind. Where is that used? Anywhere? Surrounding blocks multiplier here on T. If self count is greater than 0, then the weight times the multiplier. And that's a spawn. Okay, so this is basically taking. I think my intention, and maybe it doesn't matter anymore, is like this number is not just a one-time multiplier to the spawn chance percentage, right? Um, because if that was the case, when desert spawned, we get a shit ton of them. We get 1. We got a handful more on this guy, I think, didn't we? Oh, we got 1 there and 2 here. There'd be more, right? But I think that's probably also partially driven by this adjacent spawn stuff. Because we still give all this other stuff a good chance. And even though it's times 10, it's only got a 15% chance to start with. So that's only 1.5. So that's not that much higher than some of these other multipliers, than these 1 multipliers, right? So, what if I made this 100? Just see if it makes a difference for the desert. All right, I come here, stop our worker, start our worker, back over here, force regen, queued. Nothing is changing here. Oh, because I'm regenning the wrong one. I'm looking at the wrong one, I should say. Oh my god, yeah. See what that fixed? That has an effect. Damn. Um oh, punched my toe. Ow. Okay. Very strange straight lines. Okay, so that has an effect, and we know it works. We don't need it to be that much of an effect. Um, maybe a quarter of that size. I mean, that's basically, I feel like, yeah, I mean, because it's 15%, we've got to bump it up more if we want more of it to spawn. So I think that might actually be the problem why we're seeing, might not be the adjacency stuff, it might be that. So when we get, say, mountains, because it's such a low spawn chance, 0.2, when we multiply times 5, or by 2, if there's to get a surrounding one, it's only a 0.4% chance. There's a good chance that all these other ones are going to spawn instead. So really, let's make this one 15. Let's go back to that. Well, no, I think 25. We'll start there. But the mountains, which is this one, right? Yeah. We also need to increase it. And let's make that one like 20 instead of 2. Stop. Start. Regen. Okay. Give it a second. And load. Ooh. Okay, so that number has a big effect. um, but it can go wild, clearly. And that's not good. Now, other numbers that we can toggle with that one. What's interesting is I have max surrounding blocks 5. That has to be getting ignored. Because any of these that are surrounded by 8, it's doing it wrong. Right? How is that possible? So there must be something that's not enforcing that. Max surrounding block, same type. If self count is greater than 0 and it's greater than or equal to that, hard block, stop. But what could be happening is this guy. Well, current count is greater than or equal to the max blocks per land. Well, that's not it. It's one of the fallback things I think is happening. So this weighted pick thing, it's still picking. Well, it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't have anything. I mean, we could. I can't put a breakpoint in this because in the container right now. Um, let's think. I'm wondering if it's falling into one of these fallbacks, and it's just putting it there anyway. Hmm. Hmm. Because it shouldn't be allowing that. This should be blocking it. And then this shouldn't be. It's still eligible, but this should immediately kill it. So how is that not happening? So even with the desert, like the desert should only have, which one's desert? That guy, 6 max surrounding. Not perfectly surrounding it, so that should be similar. But it's still getting fully loaded as well. So something, what is letting that through? Settle, Alf. Wait, you're so weird. You're such a weird. Oh my God, you're such a weird dog. Hi. Oh, Mr. Alf. What am I going to do with you? That's my hand. Please stop that. Please stop that. Oh. We went from not getting any to it going buck wild with it. It shouldn't do that. I mean, I could put this instead, let's say 5. This was at 10. It wasn't doing crap. So let's go back. Now that we've got our stop our worker, start our worker, and regenerate. So it's queued. And load. That's not, I mean, that's a little, it's not as much as I would have liked, but I could just increase the number of surrounding, and that might fix that. Mountain's not bad. Now that it has a little more multiplier on it actually builds a range with cliffs and stuff on it. That's what I was looking for. So that one's better. I don't think the desert's really, I don't expect 1 block. So I think that's still off. That's still with 10, but it's actually set to having 6 surrounding. That's interesting. Why would it? Because even looking here, it's still not honoring the max of 5 of 6 on the mountains. It's fully surrounded. This one did, because this is 6, so it's got 2 missing here. So this one looks okay. This one still didn't listen. I feel like it's the adjacency ones settings that are causing this to be weird. So if I come in here, I look at the adjacency settings. Is this 8? Yeah, this is 8. So it's set to 1 max. I think I basically always set itself. Well, this one's not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A, B, C, D. So 5 is this. Huh. Well, that would explain. Well, our hills aren't that bad. I feel like our hills would be way worse than what I'm seeing here. Hmm. Oh no, it's. Am I looking at that? Am I just dumb? I could just be being dumb here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's 1. Never mind. It's up. What was I looking at? Oh, my eyes blurred and this saw 9. It said 0.05. Now it's right. Okay, so we're just. That's fine. 6. It moves up. 7. It's up there. Yeah. If of its type, it is always 1. The multiplier does not get removed at all. Doesn't get decreased. There's not a decreased chance of it spawning again. But it just feels like desert is really janky. I don't know why. Like, what's wrong with desert here? Max. I think what I did is I took. Let's test my theory. I think I set 1 for maybe the grass, for example. And then I kept all the same values, and the only thing I changed between them all. Oh, prettified version. Was. That's not what I meant to hit. Compare. All right, so. No, I thought I just left them alone, but I didn't. It's like 2 on desert is a 25% chance, but on grass, it's a 1% chance. So I clearly changed a bunch of stuff. I mean, grass on desert is a 10% chance. All right, well, my theory is wrong. I actually must have reviewed these to some extent because they are different. Boo. All right. So, what did we change? We've changed some of our multipliers. Our max land blocks. We're basically going to do away with paths. But it's still disobeying the max surrounding. And then I think ice is just showing up too much. I mean, I'm glad I'm seeing it, but it's just showing up too much. All right. remove entirely and replace it with a property on the sub land block saying if it has a path or not, and it will be false 100% of the time at generation. Let me kind of format this a little bit better for my own brain. Settlements at most are 1 per land block. And I will add rules later to not have them in every land block. Caves got reduced in max per land block. A few surrounding multipliers were changed to help spawn mountain ranges, but it didn't have the same effect on deserts. If I went too high, it would make giant blobs of the terrain type. It seems to be ignoring the max surrounding of same type setting. For example, I've had mountains with all 8 surrounding land blocks when that shouldn't be allowed to make it more like a range. I also think the adjacency multipliers on each terrain type need reviewing, but it is very hard to see the full picture in this database format. So 2 things I would like you to do. 1, provide me with a clean output CSV of each terrain type and the adjacency multipliers in a I'm going to say a CSV, clean output showing each terrain type in a way that is easy to follow and see the big picture. And 2, review all the current settings and make your own suggestions on what would make these more realistic. And what was the word? Figure out why it isn't honoring the max surrounding, and or if there is a different way to handle that, or if it is even needed. All right. Let's see what it does. Actually, the design skill in this Claude is actually pretty good for spitting out web pages. I'm hoping it spits me out a cool HTML5 web page that shows everything in a easy to follow way. I think when I first did this, and I probably still have it, I think I made a do this over here. Go into my documents here. Find my. I think I made a spreadsheet initially. Oh no. Maybe it was a Google Drive doc. Nope. I thought I made a spreadsheet that I did all of that in initially. Maybe I didn't save it. That would suck. Stick it up here, maybe. You don't believe me, Claude, that it's not honoring it? There's proof out there. Go have a look. Not there. Where else would I have put it? I don't know. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I thought I did a spreadsheet. Maybe I just deleted it. Oh, I'm done with it. I don't need it anymore. I thought it was a throwaway thing. I should have kept it. I don't see it out here anywhere. Front end. Nope. Interesting. Don't tell me what's new in Edge. Go away. Sorry I missed your message, Mimi. How you doing? You're still here? I get a lot of bots still, so I always have to question what I look at. um, hmm. Well, I should have that spreadsheet because that would have kind of shown me what I was doing, but it's gone. It doesn't exist anywhere. Oh well. We'll see what kind of cool output this gives me. That is one thing. It does a lot of things, but that's one of the cool features of Claude is especially for work, I'll have it document something and say, hey, use your design skill and give me a web page, a single page web page that documents this, and it's fantastic. So not something I would use for actual game documentation because then I have to say AI created materials, and I don't want that to be the case. I just want an extra set of eyes right now. Creating my adjacency matrix visualization. I'm curious what it's going to do. Maybe it'll put color coded stuff for everything. Because this isn't horrible. I also want to fix this scroll bar. This is driving me crazy. Like if I maximize the window, you got plenty of space to put it. Just show the whole thing. Um, Cliffs just seem weird. Like they just show up everywhere randomly, and I don't like that either. There's something weird going on with that one. I don't think ice shows up too easily. There shouldn't be ice everywhere. We're not living in a. I mean, it is an alien planet, so it could be anywhere you see water, it gets super chilled water and it turns to ice in places. I can make bugs like that become lore. That's fine. Where did that cave is the very top right corner, in the very edge here, down here. There's likely a third one somewhere. Yep, right there. I just don't want caves everywhere. That's the thing, is like it's still spawning too easily. I think some of the fallback stuff is causing us to get into I'm just going to spawn this anyway because I need to spawn something. Whereas my old model would loop a few times to find something that legitimately worked, where the rolls actually worked. Um, the problem with looping a few times is that you have an unknown length of time to generate something. You could get into this weird infinite loop, and you don't want to do that. Ooh, see, I knew it was going to do something really cool. I love the design skill. The design skill is badass from Claude. All right. Allow quad to act on HDSA file. Or is last saved on this device? Yeah, you can edit your files. That's fine. It it went from just giving me a bunch of text outputs and well, I want some nice visualization. Now even the root cause findings are showing up prettier. I like this. Um, so it hasn't done the adjacency spawn stuff yet. Maybe it's still working on that. That's the one I want to see. It is nice having this visualization, all these RGB values, because now I can know, well, yeah, these colors are the greens are okay. And now with path gone, dirt is clearly different than cave, and cave doesn't look anything like path, so I think we're okay. I think our colors are decent, to be fair. Stone and mountain, two different shades of gray is but this is all just proof of this is not proof of concept. This is just temporary placeholder stuff so I can visualize stuff. We will make actual graphics ourselves. We will refine our Adobe skills, be it in Photoshop or Illustrator or something. Probably Illustrator so that they are vector images. Um, make it ourselves. I do have a Surface tablet that I have Photoshop on that I could draw on with, and I've got the styluses and all the different the little uh, what's it called? There's a thing that I can put on it that lets you do color picker and stuff with one hand and stylus with the other. Kind of cool. Um, so I have that for that kind of drawing. If I really get into it, I have in the past. I used to have a cheap uh, drawing tablet thing hooked up to my old desktop, but it was super cheap, and I never really used it much. Um, I've thought about if I get into it, getting a nice setup for drawing with digitally stuff. I had an art teacher in high school that told me I knew how to paint, or said I was good at it, and wanted me to stay in art classes, but I didn't want to stay in art classes. I was more of an I was more of a technology nerd, clearly, than I was an art nerd. Well, we're all nerds, but different flavors. She was sad when I didn't take the next level of art. So I'm hoping my skills come back with digital art and I can do some cool stuff there too. A lot of firsts that I'm going to be doing with this project, with this game. And I like it. I like trying new things and expanding my abilities. Not that art and is anything to do with my current profession and job and everything, but it gives me another route if I decide to go it one day before I retire or after I retire, even. All right, let's see. Is this thing all? Ooh. That's what I wanted. I love it. I love it. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Oh, yeah. That's sexy. Oh, man. Hmm. That's a cool visualization. I like it. All right, so let's read its text first before we look at pretty pictures, because I like pretty pictures. Um, oh, so it's already updated stuff for me. Hang on. Let me get out of this. So did it already? I mean, definitions. No, I haven't added any new migrations to change anything. All right, let's read what it thought it said it was going to do. All right, so terrain view review artifact. Like that's this thing, and that's probably in my folder. Hopefully, question mark. Oh, where did you put it? Docs. I don't. It must just be. I don't want to share it. I want to save it. Is it this thing? Yeah. Oh, open in web. Page not found. Oh, it's out in the cloud. Well, that's because I'm not signed in on the website. Hold, please. Hang on a second. I'm going to put you on a BRB screen because I think this is going to pop my email address up. Hold on. Okay. It did pop my email address up, so I'm glad I hid. I forgot that I actually have. Do I have? I need to add it. Oh, I do have it. It's right here. Does this work? Hang on. Oh, yes, it does. I should have just used that. Um, I guess I didn't make a shortcut to it. I'll have to make a shortcut on my macro deck later. Because that would have been easier than the BRB screen. I could still talk to you and you could still see me. Going, huh? What? All right, let's see here. Claude. Minimize that. Let's come over here. Alf, please stop. Yeah, it's not seeing the artifact out there. Interesting. So, expand it and collapse it. That's our GitHub files. Interesting that I don't have a way to save this. I would like to save it. Is it in this thing? It is here. That's weird. It doesn't work in the browser though. Huh. I don't know. That's very strange. Okay. Anyway, read. So 13 by 13 adjacency multiplier matrix and 3 findings that I couldn't get a live visual render in this session's sandbox browser to confirm fixed per output. I did catch and fix one real bug during review, a missing path entry that would have crashed the matrix render. Yeah, okay. So deliverable 1, the matrix type being placed. Columns equal neighbor present. All right, so then we're looking down here. So this is type being placed. These are rows. Column is the neighbor present. Color coded green, diagonal, self increasing. Yeah. Yeah, so it's 2 times as normal, 10 times, 5 times, 5 times, 3 times on settlement. This doesn't matter anymore because there's only one max, so it doesn't matter. Blue ramp for decreasing. Darker equals stronger suppression. Amber for flat. Hmm. So is that saying I'm on trees right now, right? I'm looking at the top row. Yeah. Okay, so these are all decreasing, and these are flat. Ah, so these are always on flats, percentage chance. So there's always a flat chance of a cave or settlement to spawn. So that is what this column is. There's always a flat chance of a cave to spawn. So I can adjust those. It's helpful to see this visually rather than in JSON. And then the darker is stronger suppression. So if I want to place a piece of, if I have grass and I want to place or trees and I want to place grass, it decreases, it's a decreasing suppression, or it's decreasing as you get more, how does that work? So it's a 1.0 multiplier, but it's decreasing. So if we have a darker color, it says stronger suppression. By that tone, that means that the ice is less suppression than the grass? That doesn't make sense. Darker equals stronger suppression. Let's look at the review with the confirmed bug. So the max surrounding block same type cap is generally broken, not just misconfigured. I regenerated the same land block under your current live database tuning and measured actual same type neighbor counts against each cap. 232 of 2601 cells, 9% exceeded their cap, including a fully surrounded 8x8 water cell against a cap of 5. Root cause, the check only asks, do my own already placed neighbors already exceed my cap? It never asks the reverse. Would placing me here push an already placed neighbor over its own cap? Ah, that makes sense. Because cells fill in a spatial wavefront, a cell decided early gets boxed in later by neighbors that each independently look fine from their own limited vantage point. Recommend a bidirectional fix. Track a running per cell same type neighbor count. Check it from both sides, over dropping the cap. You're actually trying to use it to shape mountains into ranges, so you need it working, not gone. Yeah. It also explains the mountain versus desert asymmetry. Desert's self-multiplier 10 has already the highest of any type before you touched anything and was never capped correctly either. Not the desert didn't respond to tuning, it's that it was already overtuned and leaking in the blobs the whole time. Fixing the cap should let you bring desert's multiplier down toward mountains range and get chain-like structure instead. Okay. That's fine. We can change numbers when we get there, but I guess I don't understand what stronger suppression means. I really like the chart. The I read this as I have a tree block and I want to place a grass. It doesn't reduce its multiplier. Whereas this one, if I want to place desert, it does reduce the multiplier. So I feel like this is a stronger suppression, not this. So the row is the type of column being placed. The column, a neighbor type already present. base multiplier fed. So the row is we're placing a tree, and the column is a neighbor type already present. Decreasing darker equals stronger suppression. Hmm. So the row is the type being placed. The column is the neighbor type already present. So if there's already ice there. Oh, I see what it's saying. So if I'm going to place trees and one of my neighbors is ice, it's not going to suppress that tree from being placed as much as if the neighbor was grass. That's why. That's what that means. Okay. So if you have a bunch of ice, which you're not going to have, you're not going to suppress trees getting that. Doesn't make sense either, though. I feel like that's wrong if that's the case. I'm going to have it re-explain this to me because I don't fully follow what it means. I know where the numbers are coming from. I'm just not sure if I'm placing a tree. Yeah, I just want a better explanation of that because it doesn't make sense to me. Same type lower level cap. And per type running notes. Reviewing your current live values against what each type is. Okay, yeah. Max one with cap 0 correctly forces at most one settlement cell per land block with no self-touching. Remaining 0.1 base spawn chance still means it can roll on every land block. Your planned follow-up rules to skip most land blocks entirely is the right and accept this config alone won't do it. Max 3 is coherent for small isolated pockets. Worth double checking the base print isn't now oversized relative to max 3. With only 3 slots available, a moderate spawn chance mostly just decides how early those get used up, not how often caves appear at all. Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to have similar rules to settlement, maybe. Once finding one is fixed, bring Desert's self-cluster multiplier down from 10 toward Mountains 5 or lower. 10 was already an outlier before any tuning, and is the main reason Desert still blobs even after other changes. Grass could not cover 70% of the grid, combined with its high base spawn chance. Yeah, that's fine. Max lowered. Okay, so I want to understand the very well done adjacency multiplier matrix. Better. I don't quite understand why you say darker is stronger suppression. Can you both elaborate on how it works as well as give an example or two? Then we can look at making the changes you found with the max, with the caps in the code. I will also likely revert my changes in the database and see what things look like with the code changes first. Let's see what we got. I like that matrix once I understand how it works. It's basically taking all the numbers that I have in those adjacency data and making a visual of it. So it's perfect. It's exactly what I wanted. I just want to know, I want to be able to read it properly. Lots of text. All right. When generator assigns a cell's terrain type, every candidate type T starts with a weight and gets adjusted in 3 multiplicative steps. So it's its base spawn. If it already has place neighbors of its own type, then its weight is times that surrounding block's multiplier. So that is, where is it? This guy, the self-cluster multiplier. Flat applied once. Well, let me get a little more space so it's not word wrapping as much. And then self row's own curve. So the weight, the increasing factor for self count. So it's going to look at this thing and go, okay, I'm placing the spawn chance for trees is 50%, which is why we're not getting as many of those now that I look at it. And hills is lower. If we already have trees adjacent to us, we're going to multiply 50% by 2, make it 100% spawn chance. Then we're going to 2x that. Wait, no. We're going to do the increasing factor, which is a very quickly rising. We're going to increase that 100% to potential. Let's say it's 2,000% if it's times 20, right? For each other neighbor type present, the weight is multiplied by the multiplier, the adjacent multiplier thing. So that means if we had a grass one there, it's going to multiply the weight times 1. That's why I feel like the lighter colors, the 0.05, would suppress the trees more, not the darker colors. Then all eligible candidates' weights are summed, and the cell rows and the weight candidate is favored, not guaranteed. Resolve actually does for a decreasing rule. I guess for a decreasing, it is decreasing. So decreasing is the base multiplier times the decreasing factor of the number surrounding. Yeah. It only ever ramps down from 1 as the neighbor count grows. It never adds suppression on its own. So if we had 1 ice, it would be this thing times 0.05, 5%. So I feel like that suppresses it more than if it was grass. It doesn't make sense. Matrix cell you're looking at is base multiplier. The rule's own number before that shared curve is applied. The matrix value is the real final multiplier the moment there's just one neighbor of that type present. That's why I colored it that way. A low number means the pairing crushes this type's odds from the very first contact. A number near zero means one neighbor of that type does nothing yet, and suppression only shows up later as more of that neighbor accumulates. Darker equals the pairing itself is inherently hostile. Lighter equals the pairing tolerates a little contact. That's not true. That's exactly opposite. That's not true. Ice next to trees. Ice row, trees column. So ice is row, trees column. This is not the darkest cell in the row. There's got to be a dark mode problem here. That has to be what's going on. Hang on. That has to be what's going on. Where is it? General. Yeah, let's go to light mode. Oh God, so bright. I was right. I was right. That's why it dark mode was inverting the colors. Wow. God, I hate not dark mode. All right, let me put that back. General system. Okay. You know, it makes sense. I was like, it doesn't make damn sense. Oh man. I am using dark mode, the dark mode on my system, and it inverted all the colors of your chart, making the darker blue be where it was 1.00 and the light blue where it was 0.05. Is that something you can correct so dark and light mode work the same? Yeah, that made no sense. I thought I was really dumb I mean, I am dumb sometimes, but that felt really dumb there. Like, I don't get it. Grass shouldn't suppress trees. Ice should suppress trees. It's the exact opposite of what you're saying. Let's see if we can fix it. See if that chart magically changes. And I want to figure out why it doesn't open in, like, when I look at artifacts, it doesn't show anymore. It used a seed of 42, the meaning of life. It searched water. Okay. Did you find water? Is it salty? And it refreshed it, and it works. I liked it the other way, but I mean, this is fine. That works for me. Now, what I want is this thing to actually work. Okay, so copy link address. And I am logged in. I'm definitely logged in, but it is not showing the artifact. How do I download that artifact to save it? The open in web browser is not working, saying it can't be found. Because I don't want to lose that. I want to keep that for reference to know where we started. Okay. Now it's on my desktop, supposedly. Yep, there we go. Hey, there's our tiny, 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 but we can zoom it. Nice. That's a cool artifact. It does a good job at this stuff. All right, so this is good to know. These were the changes I made. I'm glad it did this, and I can put them back, as I want to see what that code change does. So now, whenever I'm ready with the database report, okay, so I got to do it myself. All right, I could have it do it, I'm sure, but I'll do it myself. Okay, so we didn't touch any of the percentages. We just touched this stuff. So trees was 750. Go back to 750. Was 1000. That didn't change. Dirt was 1000. I dropped it to 750. Put that back. Was 750 on hill. Put that back. Cliff was there. This is still going to get removed. Desert 750. Water was 750. These are going to stay as they are. Um, and then mountain was 2 on this. So that's mountain, right? No, that was ice. Oops. Ice was 5. That stays the same. Mountain was 2. And then water was 4. There we go. Save that. Okay. Database has been reverted except the path, which we are removing, and the cave and settlement changes. Ready to fix the bug. So basically what it's saying is when we did do this check, already all it was doing was checking based off of how many it had placed around itself already, not existing blocks. It's weird because I know I was doing that on my old one, which is probably why mine built better initially. So that should fix that problem. We should see this code update here shortly for looking at the counts. And there we go. It's still got to write the method somewhere. There it is. Method's written. Would overflow existing neighbor. So the type that we're putting in there, the max that we're allowed to have, the train type ID, same type neighbor count, local X and Y. And then I'm guessing I go into this and we are going to look at our neighbor offsets. Yeah, okay. Look at that small, geez. I'll look at, keep an eye on that while I'm reading this here. So if it's not in bounds or it's not of the candidate type, continue. Otherwise, yeah, okay. Yeah, this is one little caveat that, so I think it probably puts it in notes here. So the half of the same type cap, the old code error would placing, only looks at neighbors inside this land block's own grid. An already placed neighbor cell in a previously generated adjacent land block is persistent state we can't retroactively revise, so cap enforcement across a land block boundary stays a known accepted gap. The forward-looking check above still applies to it via that. Yeah, I think that's fine. We have the information. I don't know what, it doesn't have to be a gap, but, and I might have it adjust that to be fair. Because we should already have all of our neighbor cells, right? Well, we don't. Now that I think about it, we have the very edge, but we don't have two very edges, because we don't need it normally. So I think, yeah, it's probably fine. So we got a little bit of desert. There's still like little one-offs on there. The water is more waterways than big ponds. And I can fix that. Oops. And I can fix that. Interesting with the northern lights and then the little glow it's putting on there. It looks like it's meant to be there. All right, so Yeah, I think doing this further would probably be a pain in the butt anyway. A little bit is fine. I just don't want it to be like constantly everywhere when you're looking at it. Unit test. Mountain isn't visibly forming range chain shapes yet in this sample. The cap fix stops it from turning into a solid blob. Getting an actual elongated range shape is a separate shaping problem. Would need directional anisotropic bias, not just a neighbor count cap, if you want to pursue that further. We'll figure that out later. Desert self-multiplier 10, still the highest of any type, is now honoring its cap of 6, but you may still want to bring it down toward mountains range per the earlier review, as you can actually see its true bounded behavior. Okay. So let's go back. I doubt that's on my clipboard anymore. Nope, that's the URL from the artifact that didn't exist. Database, this guy. Grab that. This load. Okay, so we're going to regen this one because clearly there's a lot of violations here. We come here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Force regenerate. Back. Load it again. All right, now we got totally different now that we've changed things. We actually have one desert bit. Hate it. And it's right next to water. That feels like a bad thingy-majiggy, a bad adjacency setting. So if let's look at this over here. Close this off. Well, we'll do it on quad. So water, if we're placing desert, water's a pretty big thing. It still made it through somehow on 4 sides of water. It just depends on what order it went in, right? Because water, when it comes to desert, that's its biggest detractor, right? Or its suppression. I think it's just got to be. I did this fairly decently, it feels, but I feel like there's some more tuning of these numbers that we need to do. And I don't know that I'm gonna do that tonight because we're getting closer. We're improving it. Like the modeling is getting better, and at least the settings in the database are actually making a difference now. So I think one thing that I'm just curious to try, we're not going to leave it this way, is why not let dirt? Well, I mean, I don't want big wide swaths of dirt, so I think that's not terrible. Having some just bands of dirt is not a bad idea. The water feels too waterway-y. Waterway-y. I feel like it could be more pondy. So like increasing this to 6, maybe. It might need to be higher than that. Well, that's not right. That's not right. That's not right. I did that wrong. It's 4. Increasing this to like 7, let's say, from 5. I think that's decent. And then let's cut this in half. Let's see if because we seem to always get 3 caves. 1, Maybe not. It's like doing a word search. No, we only got one on this one. You can just reduce it less. I mean, I don't need them, right? It's not like I'm wanting more, but I'm glad it's only one now. It seems to be handling that better. Um, Desert just still doesn't feel right at all. I think we can cut this in half. Actually, do we even get any mountains? Not a. Oh, we got one on the far edge there. We got a couple up here. I think we cut this. Well, see, I say it's 10, but like it still didn't do anything here on the one that it did get in there. I think that should really be 8. Maybe make that a 4. And this a 5. Try that. Okay, and then we'll come here. Stop our worker. Start our worker. Get the cache refreshed. Come over here. Force generate. Queued. And load. We are different. Hey, a little bit of desert there now. Water is way more prominent. Might have been too much. I think water just needs to not be up here because that's a lot of water. This world is going to have a crap ton of water on it. It's just too much water. Okay, so water. Say 200 water. I think this is probably similar on desert. Ice 50. We're going to drop that down. Mountain 250. Still don't like it's just not spawning it enough or in big enough chunks. I want to up this to 6 and make this 5. I'm actually going to make this 15. I think cliff chance is too high. We've got 10% and 200 of them. Okay, try that. Now we're just trying stuff. We're just kind of refining things. Docker. Back here, regenerate. Now we just have squares happening. What the hell is that? Well, that's okay. So now this, you can clearly tell it's building from 4 corners because you have this weird mishmash of like lines in the middle. That looks terrible. Desert got huge. It's also not honoring its max surrounding either, like at all. No, we made it 8. Never mind. We did make it 8. And water was 7. Did water honor that? It actually kind of looks like it did. Okay, so desert's too high. That's too high now. If we make this back down to probably 5, I think is enough for that. Um, so water's a little less waterway-y and more pondy. We got random ice in here, and that makes no sense. And that's some adjacency work that we need to work on. But what I'm seeing is the four corners are, and this line in the middle is just not good looking at all. All right, let me save that and do this one more time. Okay, and this again. Oh, still not done. There we go. Whoa, it just disappeared. It completely vanished. What did I change? I just changed its surrounding blocks multiplier from 15 to 5. So I don't like the blocks, how it's doing these things in the middle. Don't like these lines. They're terrible looking. Again, another problem that I did not have on my original algorithm. It just didn't. It looked way better. I guess it's done. It just didn't do anything differently. Um, the edges just seem very random too. Except for this bottom one, because that's what's here and it's basing it off of that. But it doesn't have any others to base it off of. Yeah. So it just puts random crap. But what I am seeing is that on the edges that don't have an existing land block adjacent to this one, and a big plus sign dividing this land block into 4 quadrants, are all just doing random terrain types, and it's clear that it was generated in 4 corners, and it doesn't do well on the edges at all. You can look at land block to see what I mean. We'll see how well it does at analyzing images. Let's see. Still a cool chart. Still impressed. What are we doing on our plenty on our session for tonight? Interesting. I mouse over my usage here and it changes the zoom on that for some reason. Very weird. Yeah, this is just that's not acceptable. You can clearly tell that we've generated stuff up to this point, and then it just went and just did random crap in the middle there on those quadrants. All right, this will be the last thing we have to think about tonight, and then I do need to call it. Unfortunately. I could get paid to do this and just stream work in this game during a normal 40-hour work week, I would do that. But that's not happening. So for now, we are here. And move this artifact out to where it'll get committed to GitHub for now. It's just this is a nice reference sheet to know where we started and what we've tweaked. You just figured out you wanted to pull that data. Use 4,000 tokens to figure out, oh, I should probably go look at that land block. We're not even halfway into our context window. We are halfway, but there's so much context window left. Yeah, I told you that. No, I didn't tell you there was just one, I guess. This is the analytical stuff that even if it's not perfect, it gets pretty darn close at analyzing the problem. Like that whole chart, it just builds it out of data. It's very good at organizing data. Whether it gives you the right result or interpretation is another question. But it is good at organizing. It's mathematically inevitable in your implementation. It was not in mine. I don't have that in mine. A smart person. All right, let's see what it says. All right, the plus sign is mathematically inevitable, not a bug in the usual sense. The fill order assigns every cell to its nearest of the four corners by the distance, yeah. And the Chebyshev distance contours are squares, not circles. And mine, in my implementation of it, when I did it, is I said, not this Visual Studio, this guy. I'm going to put these back what they were. Because they really didn't affect my implementation much, changing those. You see? Not an obvious plus sign anywhere. So my implementation was wherever I don't have, I basically build it out in a circle, and they, instead of it just being a cross like that, it builds it out in like a circle thing. So these start matching up at the very top here very early, and they can then actually blend across knowingly what is there. Like this is the middle of the thing. You don't see a line where it just looks funky, um, like you do in that one. If I got rid of path, this would look even better because it wouldn't need paths anymore. But yeah, it just doesn't do it. So there's a solution. We got to get it. That means the points farthest from their nearest corner aren't scattered around. They trace an exact cross. The grid zone's center row and center column. Every land block, regardless of what neighbors it has, generates that. 101 cell cross dead last after everything else. Cross X or Y within one of center. 0.37. By the time the cross fills, certain train types are running out. Grass hit its max cap exactly at 1,000 in this land blocks. Once a type is hard capped. Yeah, I guess that is true. So we could increase those, and that might help fix that problem. And if enough types get excluded this way or excluded by the same type neighbor cap we just fixed, which is stricter now, the code falls through this. This picks uniformly at random among whatever is left with zero adjacency weighting. Doesn't care. Yeah. As without a real number, lose the cross land block continuity bias entirely. This land block has all 8 land block rows adjacent, but only the south one has never had its sub land blocks generated. So 7, 8 edges has 0 real data to stitch against. That's not an edge case. It's the normal case for an on-demand generation. 2 fixes. Make the fallback weighted, not uniform random. When hard local caps eliminate the normal candidate list, still score the remaining under cap types by spawn chance plus adjacency instead of throwing that away. Yeah. Low risk, clearly correct, regardless of anything else, and directly targets. Yeah, and I can increase the caps too, and that will help give it more options, right? That would help. Fix the filler to stop manufacturing artificial worst case cross. Seed ring distance from real neighbor edges, wherever a neighbor's sub land blocks actually exist, in addition to the four corners. So the last filled, least informed cells trace the actual frontier of missing data instead of a fixed geometric cross that's even when 7, 8 neighbors are real. This is a bigger, more architectural change. Yes. So fix uniform random fallback to stay weighted and change the filter to seed from real neighbor edges instead of just the four corners. Addresses both the cross artifact. Yeah, I want them both fixed. I definitely want both fixed, as the fill order is what I did in my prototype before and did not have the cross issue. On the very first land block ever generated, we could still have this issue, but the weighted fallback should help. And I can tweak the most common terrain types to not run out as fast. Man, I'm shocked that nobody messaged me after I stopped work today. I am impressed. They were self-sustaining today. Tomorrow will be fun though, getting double booked throughout the day. I love it. I love meetings. All right, we'll see if we can get this to fix in a reasonable amount of time here. Close this out. Maybe we can at least get it somewhat ironed out. I'm not going to change the word I'm looking for. The database parameters yet, because I want it to see the problem. I want to see that these changes, how they affect it, and then we can adjust the max count, see if it helps more. But yeah, I mean, I did exactly what it's doing here, and that was the weighting that I did. The weighted fill was like, if I have known data, start in those corners first and build those faster and ignore the other ones. If I have nothing, then you just have to do all four. You don't have a choice, right? So that first block is the most challenging one to get looking good. After that, it should be fine. It's crazy because it had all of my original code as reference of this is how I did it that makes it look decent. I need to replicate this. And then it did its own thing. Some things were fair. Other things were like, well, I had it working and you broke it because you wanted to simplify it. So this is why we review and test and don't just take what it gives us as this is what we're going to use. I also have a picture in my head of what I want it to look like. And if it doesn't look like that, I'm not going to be happy till it does. So which also kind of explains the weird blockiness we were getting when we had some wild numbers we were setting in the database. And it would like be this block in the middle there of, oh, it's all desert. Oh, that's because it bumped up against these things that did something completely different. And now it's not desert in a square. That doesn't look good. We can't have that. That 100% cannot be what happens. There should be no obvious we hit a different quadrant of this land block. It should be nice and fluid and clean. Center seam. That's a good way to describe what we were seeing. So while it's writing better code than what I had, it's didn't learn from what I had. That's frustrating. I'm having to solve problems that I already solved. Good to know we're hitting the caps though. That is one thing that I'm probably going to add to the test app. I had it at my other one. Another one of my apps was give me the breakdown of the different terrain type, how many there are of each, right? Um, what was the other thing I had on there? I think that's all I need on this one because I have some of the other stuff on the land block tab. There's all the adjacency data I had on there too. Um, Almost there. Almost there. It's doing its final tests. And then we will see where we are at. Guarantee it's going to take over my computer again and run it and take a picture. Although it didn't need to do that to see the seam, so maybe it doesn't need to. Yes, it's still just barely. Yeah, it's really dark to be cutting your grass. I mean, my lawnmower has a headlight on it, but I hear somebody cutting their grass right now, and it's pretty dang dark out there. So maybe they have headlights on it like I do. I've thought about doing that. Let's just wait till it gets dark and don't worry about the sun. But this time of year, it just gets dark too late. It kind of gets later than I'd like to be making noise for my neighbors. And in the morning, it's too dewy, too much moisture on the grass. Does not cut well. I don't know. Sometimes it has a little glowy border, and sometimes it doesn't. I don't know why. What's it look like? Uh, I'm pointing to it on my screen. There's a point here that I see that is questionable. And now it shows a glowy thing. We'll see what it thinks. All right, so it says as cross-region auto provisioning creates neighboring land block rows eagerly. This signal is wrong almost everywhere, not just in start region. Now derived directly from which directions actually got real edge data. Place nearest of the four corners with nearest of the four corners plus the entire shared border with any neighbor whose terrain is real. Build approach mathematically guaranteed the last filled cells traced an exact cross or point are regardless of what neighbors exist. It falls back to corners only when no real neighbors exist at all, matching what you expect for the very first land block ever generated. Yep. Weighted fallback. Yeah. So measured on only one of 8 neighbors actually generated. Cross plus sign before. What does this table mean? North edge dips slightly, but grass hit its exact cap in both runs. So this is the cap's exhaustion issue you already flagged. You tune next. Not a new problem from these fixes. Visually, the geometric seam is gone. What's left just reads as ordinary terrain transitions. Okay. Yeah, the cross. I don't know what this means. Like, what is this measuring? I have no idea. I gotta see it for myself. I can't picture it unless I'm looking at it. And I can run my seed on that too. It sounded bad. I'm gonna run my seed on it. I got some other computer back to it. We'll load this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do it. Over here. Okay. This is weird, but that's okay. It's you can tell where the grass ran out because it just stops generating anything here in the middle completely. There's no data to the north. There's data to the south. Nothing to the east. Nothing to the west. So why? It's so weird. And you can tell like the water ran out here. So it defaulted back to ice and then it blocked out. It's very weird. I almost wonder if the max, I mean, the max is useful for certain things, right? But I feel like when I look at the types, these maxes need to be somewhat proportional with the percent chances, right? And they need just to be higher in general. So maybe we make it so if it's 50%, it's how do you get 2,000 from 0.5? 4,000%. So let's say 1,000%, 1,000 times its percentage gets us to 500. So if we do 2,000 the percentage and keep those in sync like that, then we don't run out of stuff. So let's try that. So 2,000 times a half is 1,000. So we're going to increase the amount of trees we're going to have. 2,000 times 0.75 is 1,500. So that gets us up to 1,500. I don't think 2,000. I don't think that's gonna be enough. I mean, there's only 2,600, so this gives it. It could only do about 3/5 or 2/5 of it before. Now I can do 3/5 of it. 2,000 times 0.4 is 800, so a little higher on that. 2,000 times 6.6 is 1,200. 0.45 is 900. That's actually 200. That's 0. This should be 300. This should be 500. This should be 200. And this should be 400. This is literally going to stay that way. So, okay. Let's save that. We've increased most of them. Stop our worker again. Start our worker. Regenerate. Give it a second. Load. That's not bad. You can still see something weird going on here, like this bottom part. Like it, again, it's just running out of water, being able to use water. The water percentages, I'm guessing, is just too high. If we reduce the percentage, it's better though. It's definitely better. Like you don't see the line. It's just you get a shit ton of grass now and not much of anything else. So the next step might be cut these percentages down. So what's the sum of this? Anybody got that in their head? I get those in Excel, but we're going to do this. 1500, 800, 1200, 900, 200, 300, 500, 200, 400, 7,004. So that's like 3x total of, not even 3x of the whole thing. So I think they're just low. It doesn't look like we run out of dirt. Let me do this. Let me have one other correction. But I will say, like, the edges don't look as. It's odd. I hate the fact that the cave happened right there on the very edge, but I don't want that to always be that way. There's one in the middle here too, though. And there's one here. So it's not horrible. Like if I regen it with put a 6 at the end here, regenerate. There's no cave on the edge. Is there a cave anywhere? No. Okay. It didn't happen. So we're back to that one. Okay, so what I want to do, still tweaking the numbers, but definitely looking better. Can you tweak the admin tool a tad? The grid is making me scroll vertically to see it all. And I would like on the side, on the left side under the navigation buttons, a list of each terrain type and the number of sub land blocks that are that terrain type. That way I can see if we are hitting a cap. me have a look on this and just see if we are doing space stuff tomorrow. That has changed. Let's see. We might be doing a Starlink, not a Starlink, a Starship launch tomorrow. Soon as Thursday, July 16th. Yep. Okay. So they have not pushed it back yet. Well, the question is, if that's the case, then I should be able to go look at the video. Yep. I see, mute this tab so you guys don't hear this. They have moved the ship to the pad, so they're getting ready to stack it. Cool. Didn't ask for the caps, but okay. I mean, you could have just done it in the UI. I don't need it coming back from the API, but okay. That's the weird way to do it. Like, that's not how I would have done it. I wouldn't have said, oh, let's update the API to tell us that number. Well, you also get that same exact data back from the API, and you could have calculated on your end and not given the server more work to do and more network traffic. That's the kind of stuff that I have to be careful with when I get to the client for this. Is I got to make sure that A, we don't stress the server doing stupid stuff that the client can do safely. And B, I don't do stuff in the client that it can't do safely that could be manipulated that needs to be done on the server. So those are the kind of things that really you have to look at. And this is an example of I wouldn't have done it this way. I would have just let the client take that it already has and do math, right? There's no reason. It already knows all the train type data. It knows all the sublane blocks. Math it. You're just making the server do more work than it needs to. And then you have to scale it more. Let the client do some work. Because I wouldn't have touched the API there at all. All right, let's see if it did it in a reasonable way. Probably not. And we already know it didn't, but let's see if it did it at least visually okay. Hey, it looks nice. And it doesn't scroll anymore. Wonderful. Yes, type everything back out while I wait for you to give me control back on my computer. Thank you. Okay. But why did it stop at exactly 1,000? That seems very strange. All right, let's go. Nope, that's 1,000. Load it. Was this one at 1,000? Oh yeah, because it was generated with the old caps. So okay, so this is the one I'm looking at. So we capped out water, but we did not cap out anything else by far. So we probably can just, I think we reduce water percentages and increase dirt and dirt a little bit, trees a bit, and hills a bit. I think those could go. I think all the other stuff. We are like barely hitting the other stuff. It's a much cooler count thing than I would have done too. um. Okay. Let's see. So grass isn't hitting its cap. I think trees could go. So we said tree. I think trees and hill need to go up for sure. Let's put this at 0.65, which means this needs to go to 1,300. I think hill could go up to 0.6. And that means this goes to 1,200. Okay. Hey, bud. We'll go to bed soon. Your dad's very close to being somewhat happy with this result. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Generate. See, we didn't have to touch water. It's still capped, but it looks better than it did. And you don't see the seam a little bit here. You do kind of see that right here is the middle, and there's no water because we hit the water cap. But it's less because we increased the. We just need to decrease the water. There's just too much water. Period. The desert still is really weird to me. Why we're getting 2? that one baffles me still. We got to figure that one out. But I think we just reduce our water percentage and we'll be pretty good. So let's go 15%. I hate to reduce that to 300, but I do want to see if it's valid. If my double the or 2,000% of the percentage is what I need. Wait. Well, it did regenerate. It is different looking. Okay. I need to stop this. No, that's not the worker anymore. This is the worker. Force regenerate. Oh. It didn't. Oh, it's cached, I guess, in here. Oh, the API is cached, so that's wrong. Okay. That actually looks better. We aren't getting anywhere close to the caps. But I am. The desert is just this crazy outlier that I don't get. I don't understand it yet. I just don't get it. Why do we get 1 and then it just goes and it stops? That's going to bother me. I'm not going to be able to sleep if I don't figure that out, or at least get some movement on it. There's more ice than there is desert, and that doesn't make any sense. All right, let's look at this little thing again. So, desert has a 10% chance to spawn. Ice only has a 5% chance to spawn. Desert here. So ice has the best chance to spawn. Because if we're placing an ice, okay, it has the best chance to spawn against water, which is, yeah, that's valid. When you look at this, where did it spawn? It spawned by water. So I think that is fine. Now, desert, its best chance to spawn is by a path, and we don't have any paths anymore. That's why it rarely spawns. So, its best chance needs to turn into dirt, maybe? Dirt to sand? So that's our problem, is there's no place where it has a good chance of being, yeah, I'm not getting suppressed very much anymore because path is gone. So maybe the dirt adjacent. So if we look at, which one is that in? Is that in desert or is that in dirt? It might be in both. So if we're placing ice, then we look at the adjacency multipliers and it's 1. So this, I think, if we look at the, let's just look at the ice one. We're going to look at the only other one that's 1.0 is dirt on path. So let's, I'm glad I have that chart because I would have never seen that. If we look at this adjacency data, please. Okay. Copy as JSON. What? Oh, it copied the whole damn thing. Jesus. Okay, well, we got everything, boys. All right, so uh desert. So multiplier of 1 on terrain type ID. Seven. And is 7 path? It probably is, isn't it? Yeah. All right. I'm guessing all the other ones are small numbers. Yeah. All right. So that's what determines that. I'm guessing if I look at path, well, this is just the multiplier for one of these spawning next to it. So yeah, so this is the, I think. Everything is sub 1 here, so it has to be. If we take that number, what happened to my cool preview thing over here? Oh, there we go. Does it let me change it right here? That would be fan flipping. Actually, this is not the right one. That is path, the next one down. Oh, there we go. So we want to set dirt, which is 4 here. 1.0. Oh, probably the line breaks on there. Auto format. Oh no. Cancel. No. It is JSON. Don't word wrap. All right, let me just do refresh. Okay. Take this as a string, put it over here, the one big string. So now we'll just change, was it 4? No, was it 4? Which one was it? Dirt is. Wait, those changed order on me. What the hell? Desert's the next one up. 4. I thought that multiplier was weird. Yeah, there we go. Let's make that a 1.0. Okay, so that's been updated. Now we're going to go here. We're going to stop both our worker and our server so we get the updated maxes properly. Okay. Then we come here. Force generate again. Okay. And load. Well, we got more desert by dirt, which is what I expected it to do. Now it's just not, it's not expanding much. So, but we have more than one now. We have less ice than we have desert. That's good. um, okay, so now it's just playing with what do we want things to look like more. But it does look a hell of a lot better. Don't have a lot of mountain. I think we could tweak those numbers a bit. But now we have, like, I'm looking at this and I don't see an obvious cross anymore. The edges don't look horrible. They at least kind of line up with the what's happening inside of those edges now. Not just completely random. And like it lines up with this one a whole lot more than it used to. We got a settlement way down here. We got to reduce that percentage. I think we reduce that percentage a bunch and it won't show up as fast. This just needs to get regenerated. I want to regenerate this one now. Let it do its thing. Well, let's stick with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 just to be consistent. Hey, I mean, the mountains actually worked on this one decently. We capped out water. We don't really notice that we capped out water. It's still kind of all over it. I think, well, right here in this center area, there's nothing. There's a little bit here in the middle there. It just caps out there. But we do get some mountain, and I would consider these ranges. I mean, this is, let's say this is, even if it's a half kilometer, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's like 7, 8 kilometers long. That's not terrible. I mean, they're longer in real life, obviously, but we need some scale here. I think we'll put some more smarts into this, though. So things like the settlements. I don't want them in every single one. Like this one happened at the very top here because the one above it has it right next to it. That can't happen, right? Just because they're in different levels doesn't mean they can be right next to each other. We're gonna have to put some rules around settlements. I think we can put some more smarts rather than just the percentages and randomness to go, okay, like boost, for example. So we have a land block and maybe we tone down the percentages for desert and mountain and maybe cliffs and ice, like these bottom four maybe get toned down um, more than they already are, really. Uh, but then we look at our surrounding land blocks and see, do we have mountains, cliffs, desert, ice in those? No. Okay, then randomly pick one of those to boost its chances to spawn in here and get a mountain range going, right? We can even boost the total number, right? It's like a boost factor. So we could simulate that here. Actually, what we can do is I can say, come in here and say, all right, we are boosting mountains on this next one, so there's now a 50% chance for it to pop. We're barely getting to 400 anyways, but we'll still make this 1,000, so it's double what that is. So now the next generation of that land block, if I come and hit the right buttons here, this guy, and worker, and server, back up. If I hit regenerate again, now we got this boosted mountain ability in this land block. Didn't do shit. This clearly went up. It says 1,000, but it didn't increase our mountains. It might just need to be higher than 50, even 50%, right? Um, let's see. Give it like a 90, not 90, but 90 here. We'll do that, maybe. We'll have to figure out what the boost is. Like, I don't know what the boost is going to be, right? But we'll have to figure that out. Then we got to restart worker. Server doesn't care because we didn't change the maxes. Come back here, regenerate it again. And load. Wait, I'm on the wrong one. Oh, okay. Come on. It boosted. It definitely boosted. Holy crap balls. All right. Let's try that again with a lower boost. It's just proving the idea really at this point. I know it. We'll have to tune it, but force it again, and then load it. There. So now we have a boosted mountain, right? So then the next one we just tone that back. There's nothing there. So I could go. So let's go. So we got these mountains on the south here, right? So let's go south. And it could be that, well, mountains, they continue for a couple, right? So maybe that's different rules that we put in there, right? That boost things during generation, looking at their adjacent land block. So then here, it doesn't exist yet, so I got to actually generate it. But I don't want it to be the boost. We'll say, okay, the boost comes off now. So we put this back to, what was it, 20% and 400, I think is what it was. Wasn't that what it was? I don't remember. Yeah, 20% was 500, but we dropped it to 4. So save. And then restart our worker again. Is there a restart button here? There is, but I gotta click into that. That's annoying. So then we can generate this guy. And he's going to have a lowered mountain percentage, but what happened here? Did I just totally jack this up and put the wrong ID in there or something? I think I did, didn't I? Oh, I didn't actually click load. I'm a dumbass. All right, let's try that again. We'll get it right. We'll come up here. This is when we want to regenerate with the boost. Load. Come back. 50%. 1,000. Save. So we 2.5x our chances of this, basically. Alpha's getting super impatient. He's sighing next to me now. He wants to go to bed. Force regenerate it. Come back here. We got our mountains back. All right. Now we go south. We have nothing here. We copy this. We paste it. We click load. We come in here. We change this to 0.2. Back to what it was. And 400. And save it. And stop. Start. Make sure I loaded it. Yep. Force regenerate. Gonna do it. Load it. And we still have a little bit of residual mountain here because they're still allowed. They're just reduced. And then it kind of tapers off, right? These mountains won't be very high compared to the other ones, right? So that's the idea, is we could boost and reduce, and that might be really what we do for, instead of trying to figure out why the desert's not working, we just boost it. Like, give it a boost to be a couple land blocks with desert in it. And it'll all be still random. We're not planning it. It's just now we come here and we've got the extra mountains, and then they taper off coming into this one. You just have a little bit in here. So, and this could have been unboosted even more so that we didn't get any mountains that were much in here at all. So I think that would help us with this. I think it's looking pretty good, actually. I think we're in a good place. Same with ice. Like, we shouldn't be putting ice constantly. I mean, that's another one of those that you boost up and you have some cold areas for a while and you bring it back down, right? Just have some rules for boosting your percentages. So this is obviously a very rudimentary display of our grid. The idea that I have, and I will have to implement this, is when I make the graphics for this for the actual game. I don't know that I think you might have to move. You might be able to zoom out to see the whole thing. It'll be small little graphics, but when you can zoom, you'll be able to zoom in and out of this thing to zoom in and out of your land block that you're in. But the graphics will be smart enough to have, okay, I'm grass. I'm surrounded by grass. All right, all my corners are grass. But here I'm grass and I got hill on the left, dirt there, and then grass on the rest. So the bottom two sides here will be a grass transition. This left side will be a transition to a hill, and the top side will be transition to dirt. So it'll actually kind of transition. It won't just be this like this where you got this hard block where it's green and now it's brown. It actually transitions to it. And then the bottom of the dirt would transition to grass, and the right side of the hill would transition to grass. So it'd be nice and smooth and looking like that. So I think when you start adding the smooth factor to this doesn't look as harsh. Half of me wants to ask Claude, hey, Claude, can you now make a smoothing factor between the different colors? I swear I could probably let this thing run overnight and it would figure out how to do it. But But that's the idea, right? Like once we get actual graphics in here, it's not going to be these harsh blocks. They're going to be more smooth and transition better. Um, but yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with this now. I think this is starting to look more like what I want it to. Um, we found our bug with it's not fixed with desert. We know why it's not spawning as much. Um, I don't know that dirt was the right choice. I think desert could start on any of some of these common ones. We'll just have to review all of these and see what it is. I know I changed the one, but we can put it back. But I think this is pretty. I think we're looking pretty good. I just need to go through and kind of, now that I have this nice grid, just say, okay, is all of this valid? Do we need to tweak anything? So I'm sure there's going to be stuff to tweak. But I think the whole boosting idea is worthy. So I like it. But yeah, no, I'm happy that I got a picture now. I like pictures. And it's not just a prototype with hard coded stuff, it's actually database driven and dynamic and everything that I wanted it to be in the background. So it's not perfect, and this gets us closer. But we'll build on this as we go. I also don't see the. It says we have a settlement somewhere. Where did it put the settlement? I'm just curious. It's another one of those things like once it's actually graphics, it'll be clear what it is up here. Still does it really early. That's one of those things that we'll have to tweak around with, right? I think there's going to be more rules around settlements and where they're placed in zones and everything, and just to kind of keep them not on the very edge, somewhere inside. And maybe that's the rules. Like you've got to be at least 10 from the edge to put a settlement down, just to kind of keep it away from the very edge. And then, or maybe it's the chances increase the further you get to the middle of it, something like that, maybe. Um, we are still capping out water. I think it's still probably high anyway, but we're nowhere close to capping out trees and grass and dirt and hills, and all the other ones are nowhere close. Water is the only one that seems to be doing it high. And I'm wondering if path is irrelevant anymore. I mean, there's just as much a chance of a hill spawning next to these first four as there is water. And that might be the problem. Maybe this like stone maybe shouldn't be 100%. Reduce it a little bit. We already reduced the percentage a little bit, right? 15% and 300. It's the 7. That's what it is. It's allowing all the stuff. It's allowing it to build bodies of water more now. So it's using it up more. We'll play with it. We'll figure it out. Again, that's another one of those that could be a boost factor, right? Like more water in this one and not here. Because I don't think you always have water. You're not always going to have lakes and whatnot. So, okay. Well, cool. I'm happy. We got a nice tool to view and test our generation algorithm with now, and ways to tweak it easily. We understand how it's building out. We don't have our little grid anymore. Our plus sign is gone. Um, I bet if we did one simple thing here and said, okay, you can have 400 water. and saved it. And then stop the worker, start the worker, stop the server, start the server. And we're on 1A, regenerate. Okay. Yeah, it's filled in and we didn't cap out water. Barely didn't cap out water, but we didn't cap out water because it wanted to put more in there. So not having anything capped out definitely makes it so that it's hard to tell where the middle is. I can, this border here with his grass is a little fishy, but it's not terrible because at least the stuff that's surrounding it isn't that terribly off. But it's not bad. It's not bad. This was our mountainous region, which we got more desert on because some reason, don't know, but we did. It's all about the numbers. Like the numbers drive what we're going to see. So I think there's going to just be some rules and things we put in place. But yeah, this zone here looks, we're improving. You can tell like right here is the middle, this row here. You can tell in all of these there's the middle there. I still can see it in places. Some places it overlaps fine, but this one though we didn't cap anything on this one. Yeah, nothing capped out on this. We had more caves because we had more mountains, which I think is fair. We had less caves here because we had less mountains. That's as expected. Um, okay. We'll think about it. What else we want to do with it? I think we're much closer. We're back to kind of where I started with the how it generates it. It's figuring out. I want to have to sit and think about what other stuff I'd tweak to maybe make it not show as much on that. Because it did already change. I think one of the things that's not doing well is the fill order. Field approach mathematically guarantee the last filled cells trace an exact cross. Yeah. Now it's the nearest of the four corners with the nearest of the four corners plus the entire shared border with any neighbor whose terrain is real. I kind of want to see. This will be next time. We're either going to have a Starship launch tomorrow, or we'll do more of this tomorrow. We'll whichever one happens. But I kind of want it to show me an example of the fill order in a picture. I may just do that. Can you show me the fill order in a picture for a land block that has a defined land block with terrain on both on only the south side of it. I just want to be able to picture how it is currently filling the land blocks compared to what I was doing in my proof of concept. Just curious if it can do that for me. And it's already 10 o'clock. Jeez. Keeps going. I need to go. Hopefully this doesn't take long, but I gotta get going. I'm tired. So we're Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday streams. I think that's working out for me. Next week it'll be Tuesday, Wednesday. I might do Monday instead of Thursday. I can't do Thursday because I got something I do Thursday evening, but might do Monday instead. Run skilled data viz. Interesting. But I'm liking this midweek stuff, and then I can just relax on the weekends, and you guys can play games, I can play games, and not have to figure out what game to play for people to enjoy. I can be boring game playing and do my quad screen Asheron's Call. Come on, give me it. Give me it. Give me it. I want to see it. I want to see it. Because what we're going to be mimicking is not that one, not that one, this one generating. We're going to regenerate this guy with our new numbers. Okay. So nothing is capped out, so I shouldn't see something stopping and showing a border. I can still kind of see, like the bottom definitely generates first, it feels, but I can still kind of see quadrants here, like lots of water here, nothing over here. It doesn't really blend across it. Like this water doesn't continue down here, for example, to the southeast of that. It clearly generated this block and this block completely independently, which isn't great. Mine was more of a, it would generate a lot of stuff from known corners first. If it had no corners, it has to generate, but it would do it in a circular pattern so that like this stuff would generate with this stuff, and it would keep matching up here at the top and learning on each other, and they would blend a little better. I don't think that's what this is doing. That's why I want the picture. I don't entirely. Okay. Ah. Fills first, fills last. So this is what I thought it was doing. It's doing it in boxes. Instead of like diagonals. Because I did it in diagonals. I don't think it was curved. I think it was just diagonals. It might have been curved. I don't remember. two top corners are still unconditional seeds, even when south is the only real neighbor. That's intentional. So you'll see two small light wedges at the top corners growing independently until they meet south in the gradient. Purely from known edges with no unconditional corner fallback. That's one structural difference between the two approaches. Yeah, I mean, one thing is like, yeah, we're definitely going to change this again. If we have a known edge, just build off that known edge. Don't fall back to the corner. So I think that one note it said there is don't fall back to a corner. And that's basically what I did before, is if I had a known corner or edge that I could build from, I always built from that. And I did not build from the other corners. So it always looked smooth. If I didn't have any, then instead of this block build, it was at least diagonal, if not more rotational around it, so that they kind of smoothed out. You might have had some weirdness at the very top edge here where they first met, but then they would start learning on each other and fill out, and it would blend better, I think. So I think we're going to want to go down that road. I'm going to leave it off from here for tonight, but I think there is some using this distance formula is breaking what I was doing completely. I don't like it. So I'm happy with our generation now, at least. I want land to grow, not just appear out of nowhere, except for that first block. Like that first block has to. They have no choice. So I need to make it work for that. But in general, when you go to the right and there's nothing there yet, don't start building something from nothing. Start building off of what you already have, right? That solves a lot of the problem at that point. You just have to get that initial block working, right? Which in the original proof of concept, which doesn't make sense even for the one that I have, this guy. Like this guy still looks better. Like you don't have those quadrants in this at all. And it's just because I built it like radially so that they met up sooner in the middle. I guess it could even be diagonally, and you kind of get the same effect, right? They meet up here in the middle right here, and then they start learning off of each other, and they build more smooth things. So it might just be I do diagonally. I don't know if radially matters. I think radially would do would be to get you closer to this, and I don't want to be closer to this. I want to be further from this. So I think diagonally just doesn't do this ever. You don't have this cross that happens even on the initial thing. So yeah. So I think that's what we're going to have to do. I think that's going to really solve the look problem. We'll put a pin in it there for tonight. And we'll pick it up next time, or I'll do this offline at some point and review it with you guys next week if we're doing rocket launch stuff tomorrow. So, or maybe I start with this. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, that's gonna do it for me. I am doubting anybody's on because it is late for me even. But nope. All right. Thanks for watching. Hope you learned something or enjoyed watching me struggle with making pictures of blocks like this, but this is my vision. It's coming alive. So starting to see things. All right. Have a good evening, good morning, wherever you are, and we'll see you next time. Talk to you later. Bye.